Get to be in twice too. Destroying your Oscar ice cream.
You know, I was thinking about something about the names on the board. We're supposed to remember those. Right?
It's only as a very extremely last resort.
Somebody with family name.
Them in here ever.
We never could play.
Okay, we'll call this council work session to order. It's November 17th, the time is 1 p.m. We'll go ahead and read our contract. I am a city councilor and an advocate of quality and effective services. I will do what I can to promote cost-sensitive and professional services to the city residents and visitors. I will do what I can to promote safe environment for businesses and families. Number 2, it is my responsibility to contribute to a stable environment for the city. I am an opponent of uproar and dissension and conflict. I believe in cooperation. Number 3, I believe in routine. The greatest gift I can give city residents is to provide services that are predictable. Number 4, every comment I make, every vote I cast will be motivated by the question, what is good for the city residents and visitors? Number 5, what I want for my family is what I want for all patrons of the city. Number 6, I will champion the city. I will compliment, reinforce, I will suggest and recommend when necessary. Number 7, I will support the majority position of the council. I may not agree, but once the vote is taken, I am with the others. Number 8, I will continue. I will never come to a council meeting having made a promise to an individual or a group. Number 9, at all times, I will remember that city officials' purposes is to serve and represent others and act on their behalf. And courtesy is a rule. I will not break that rule. A council meeting is a business meeting. It is not entertainment. It is not social art. It is a question and answer session. It is a business meeting. Number 12. I am busy. Councilors are busy. City staff, administrators are busy. Everyone is busy. At this time, I will do what I have to do. I will do it as fast as possible. I will respect the time of other people. Okay, so that being said, so we have some written testimony that would like to be read, which is new to this council. And will not continue after the first of this year. It has never been an option meetings. And write your testimony and have it in front of us, or you can call in, you can Zoom in, or you can be in here in person to give your report. Now, for individual counselors, if they would like to make a comment on behalf of a citizen, they can do that in their council report. That's the way it's always happened in the past. So after the first of the year, we will take written comments that sit in front of us, and they are read. Trust me, they are read. But we will not be reading those on behalf of citizens. So with that, I'm going to open it up for visitor comments. Come up and state your name for the record. 5 minutes.
Yep, Colleen Oler, Queen of Halloween Town. I went over the deal for the, Oh, sorry.
You can't take your mask off when you need to speak.
My glasses, okay. I went over this concerned vendors of Halloween Town. I just wanted to bring up a few points real quick. First off, I went through the whole thing, and the participants are on here. 5 of them are not vendors for Halloween Town, and I think it's unfair for them to be added to the list of vendors when they weren't at Halloween Town. My understanding is the person who organized this also was not part of Halloween Town last year, and I think it's wrong to be putting people in here who are not. So the 5 people that are in here represent less than 12% of the vendors. We currently have 90% of all of our vendors re-signed up, including 2 out of the 5 on this list signed up and taken care of for next year. So I just don't agree with that anyway. Support local merchants, needs to hear our vendors' needs. I walked through everything, every booth, almost every single day, and spoke to every single one. And every concern that was brought up was brought to Tina and Stephanie as far as the vendors went. So for them to say that there's not good representation, which a lot of this speaks of that, is completely untrue, because they were literally spoken to every single morning. Because I was down here in costume, which they put on here that there's not people in costume roaming around. That's part of the city, which is a lie, because I was, my grandkids were, my daughters were, my husband was, my son-in-laws were. We had the pirates here, which also they spoke about not having the pirates, which is a huge mistake, because they want a free event. But they, which also said here, we need to advertise as a free event. No, we don't. We will have every person on the planet down here for a free day, but they want to take away some of the things that are free to people, like having the pirates, because they're not part of Halloween Town. They also speak in this about having someone not local, so they're talking about making sure that local people are involved, but pull someone from Salem to make Benny animatronic and use an advertisement. If they were involved in Halloween Town, they would know that we cannot do that, because we could lose the option for doing any of Halloween Town by using anything that's Disney related in our advertising. That's a huge no-no. And I know this because I've been involved since the very beginning. When our first pumpkin came out, my husband got a hold of Disney because people were starting a raft of crap about it and asking about things that look like Disney. Disney rose back. We were very specific. They were very specific on what we could do. And it's because of them that we're allowed to have this. My husband went back in, took the pumpkin, made it a lot less like Disney's and more like just a great little pumpkin that does look enough like it to do that. But we have to be very, very careful, because we could lose any option for doing this by making mistakes like using things in advertising. And if you want to use somebody local, I'm sorry to toot my husband's horn, but he works for Michael Curry, and he has built so many puppets for all over Disney, Universal Studios and everything. And you want to go to Salem and have a company that doesn't do animatronics, that does concrete work, because that's what all of the park that they suggested in here does. It's all concrete and you walk around and that's all you do. And but you want local, they want local people to do this stuff. No. Okay, more local involvement, feel free to volunteer, feel free to get involved. Needs to revolve around the Disney movie. I said that you can't do it. Another really big one, offer online discount tickets. Let me tell you about the online discount tickets. We got online discount tickets available this year. There were 6 sold, 2 of them to me. And this whole area was offered a huge discount. Instead of $35 a person, it was $20 a person, and they could do everything. Talks about including parking. If you read the general admission ticket, you would know that it includes parking. What else? I don't have much time left. There were people in the plaza selling. Talks about vendor concerns and proposals. Things were done a little bit different this year. Food vendors were up top. Non-food vendors were down below. Yes, there was a food vendor up here in the plaza, but that was because she was running also the information booth, which they said we needed. We have an information booth. Not only do we have an information booth, but there was a recording that played over and over and over again that talked about every single thing going on with Halloween Town. And I carried a microphone every day for 9 hours a day, going over and over and over everything that went on during Halloween Town. So unless you're dumb, deaf, and blind, and I could say that because my father was dumb, deaf, and blind, you would know everything is happening. Everything, all day long that was going on. Oh geez, there's so much stuff. Talking about people paying for the music on the last night. They don't want to pay $7 to go to 13 Nights on the River. You think they're going to pay to go to Halloween Town? No, I guarantee you they're not. Hire city folk to wear costumes for a movie? You can't. Pirates shooting cannons is not a successful attraction. But you weren't there because it wasn't successful. There was like 400 people at a time lined up to watch the cannons. That's all I got. I'll be back tonight to repeat it, since I know that some people here have a really hard time catching what I say and remembering. So I'll be back here again tonight because these are important. Thank you. And I'm gonna go because the kids, I don't want them to be disruptive. Let's go. You were amazing, and now you get ice cream. You were amazing. Thank you. Bye.
And do you want to read your letter or do you want?
I'm
to-
just gonna read, just tell some concerns I have. I'm
Okay.
gonna read the letter.
I submitted it, so everyone has your letter.
Okay. My name is Brad Rakes. I own Plymouth Pub. And I'm sure I'm speaking for a few businesses around here when I say the things I say. We're inviting thousands of people down here every weekend, but there's not enough amenities. There's no trash cans. Our trash can was overflowing every weekend with stuff that wasn't ours. And we get charged for that. And I don't know why they can't put trash cans out. They used to. The bathroom situation is terrible. I know the roof was bad, we were bad. People that aren't even customers, and you can't tell a 5-year-old just dancing around in a princess costume, they can't use the bathroom because they're all way over there. We need to have them spread out a little better. I've said this before, but it's been to no avail. Open containers, alcohol, walking around all over, coming in my restaurant with open alcohol, draft beers, I don't think that's legal. I know it's not, unless if there's, have a vendor that's selling alcohol, they have to stay in that little area, I think. We were taking drinks away from people all day long, every Saturday, Sunday, you can't have that in here, and then they would sneak them in and hide them under the booth. It's not fair to us to have to monitor that kind of situation. I know some businesses up Columbia Boulevard don't feel like they're being involved enough from right here. I don't know if there's some kind of trolley, I think, that brings people to town. They come down Columbia, they come the other way.
There was a trolley for the 100th anniversary of the train depot. That was just one weekend.
I just feel like they need to be a little more included too. There was a Halloween town map. They paid City of St. Helens $495 for it, was done every year. It didn't make it on there until the week before Halloween town was over. And I mentioned to Tina and she said, well, there was a miss, we ran out, we made a miss, we had to make a second copy. Well, they made a second copy, but I still was on there. New businesses that were the Klondike and Molly's Market, they're all on there. Why wasn't I? I found maps that were left by customers that were from 2019, old ones. So I don't think we ever got on an original Halloween town map. I just think the communication isn't there. They should have came to me and said, hey, we're sorry. Instead, I got a hostile, were you not busy enough? Yeah, we were busy, but I paid for a product. I expected it to be there. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Read your letter. He covered a lot of comments in his letter. Should we read it?
No, I told Kathy to
Okay. I did read out every single letter. Other visitor comments?
First off, thank you for your time. I own the Roof Restaurant. This year was probably the worst Halloween town for my restaurant ever. Income is great, but my restrooms were trashed every weekend. Had to hire somebody to sit down there and monitor people coming in. They were told that from maybe that booth, that information booth, that the restaurants were public restrooms. My restaurant is not a public restroom. It says specifically CCB Roof Restaurant. They were putting paper towels so that the door would stay open. They trashed them. And not fair to me. The whole thing wasn't fair. The map that Brad was talking about, I also got a bill for $495. My restaurant name is on there, but it doesn't say anything about who I am, what I am, nothing. And for $495, no, thank you. I took out an ad in the paper for $285 and it said everything that needed to be said. So the $495, no, I did not pay for. I'm not going to pay for something that doesn't involve me. The open containers, he's correct. People were sneaking them in. And I know it's a clear violation of OLCC regulations. And, as far as I know, this is not Las Vegas, Nevada. that I'm aware of. So that was one. Yeah, but there was no communication in terms of what was gonna happen during the week, during the weekend. Things were just going. We had many complaints about the parking fee. They would come to me and they said, well, they were told through the information desk that if they spent $25 at a merchant's facility, we would refund their parking. And never heard a word about that. Did not know anything regarding that. I sent them on their merry way because I don't know what that whole thing was about. This was a weird year. The communication was definitely not there. Didn't know anything, didn't know about this map. We weren't shown a proof of the map, so had no idea what was even on this map. The communication, there just was not any communication to the merchants. And when I first moved back here in 2013, I came to Halloween Town. They had the theater people were walking around. You got to go and visit the haunted house. They had a museum. You could talk whatever. But I remember specifically Columbia Boulevard being included in that. And my feeling is, I have no idea why Columbia Boulevard has been shut down, but a lot of those merchants don't receive the income that we get from Halloween Town, and I don't think it's fair. The redirection of traffic is weird. It makes no sense whatsoever. Blocking the street off makes no sense whatsoever. Maybe for the kids parade, fine. But the rest of it just doesn't make much sense. So I would hope with the next year that we could maybe make some changes. Maybe we could get people to talk about what's going to happen. Meet some of the principals in this so that we know who we're dealing with, what, when, why, and where. Yeah, it was a terrible year.
Hi, I am Carmela Carrasco. I own Rose Street Boutique and I also do real estate in St. Helens, Oregon. And I think Halloween Town is amazing. I think it's a great thing to bring money to a small town and that we need it and we should continue it. But in the 5 years that I've been here, the first year I came to St. Helens, Halloween Town was packed. It was amazing. There was a lot of vendors, a lot of money being made for the small businesses. It's very hard for small businesses to be successful in this town. It really is. Coming from St. John's in North Portland, growing up, I had businesses there that were very successful. It's a smaller town, lower income town. So we really need to support our businesses. So I thought Halloween Town is created to support the town and the businesses. I am located up on Columbia Boulevard. I have spoken with multiple Heather's Alterations, movie theater, Pierce, I mean, so many different retailers, and none of us were included in Halloween Town this year. The first year I opened, I was packed. I made a lot of money. I need it, especially after COVID. And so this year I was waiting, never was communicated with. And if you understand the biggest thing here, and the point is lack of communication. I have planned events for years for Emmanuel Hospital. I worked for their trauma team for 10 years. There was no communication with the small business owners. So if you're going to do a huge event for the city, including the business owners, and it's supposed to help the business owners, I would recommend or ask that you have either biannual meetings or quarterly meetings with the small business owners. There's not a ton of them here. So it's not a thing to ask like, oh, we don't have enough room for 100 people. You don't have 100 small businesses. So none of them were communicated with. We didn't get asked if we wanted to be in the Halloween Town map at all. None of us got the opportunity. Nothing went out to say, here's the different packages. A business card is this amount. To be listed as this amount, nothing from Uptown. Also, none of them got receipts. That's a marketing write-off. So then it makes you wonder where the money is going. And is the money from Halloween Town being put back into, St. Helens? Is it going to help the small businesses? There's no profit and loss that's available up for any of us to look at. So it's just really discouraging. So I think around town, you have a lot of people that are upset and feel left out and feel really frustrated. And the really quick bottom line thing too, and the reason that I came is a couple of them said to me, they're scared to come here. And I thought, what? And so a couple of them have been apparently threatened and they feel their businesses will not be successful if they come here. And that's some really old school, small town stuff that should not be allowed. So I think that all really needs to be addressed, whether you guys want to deal with this or not, it's gonna have to be. Because it's gonna make us want to close and move and open our businesses somewhere else. And this town needs business and it needs communication. And I think this could be a beautiful event. I had a lot of people from Portland, you know, I worked in the medical field, came out the first couple of years to Halloween Town. People who came out this year were really not enchanted. It was very unorganized, it was overwhelming. And again, I had a couple shoppers come in with open cups of alcohol into my shop saying, oh, you can walk around downtown with alcohol. So just wanted to also be here to back up the small business owners from downtown and let you know from uptown how we feel and some of the things that are being said and really frustrated about, hoping that you guys can support us and next year can be more successful. Thank you.
You know what? One thing, the people that felt threats,
Yes,
please have them reach out to me.
I told
That
them
is
to.
totally not allowed,
Okay, thank you.
okay?
I will tell them.
I will keep them completely
She was pretty
100% confidential. What
Okay.
Said with me, stays with me, but I will share it with this council,
Okay,
absolutely,
thank you.
yes.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, I just said thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
She owns the thing. What's the name of your business again, Carmel? I know, it's right across from Dutch.
Rose Street Boutique.
Stephanie Patterson, vendor coordinator and city council liaison, Halloween Town liaison. There's a lot of discussion going on right now about the things that went wrong. We have things that go wrong all the time, and as the festival grows, you get more bathrooms, you get out more garbage cans. You go back to the basics of what you knew. We went through this about 5 years ago, which is how I kind of came to be here. So we need to take a look at the figures of how many people came through. And you're looking, I think Tina had said to me conservatively, it was 60,000. The other day she said, I think I underestimated that. So you're talking about 60,000 people coming through. Not all of them were upset. Not all of them were frustrated and angry. There were a lot of happy children. Erin Salisbury from the Main Street program came down on Saturday. And she said, you know, she just wanted to hang out and get the flavor of what Halloween Town was all about. And about an hour and a half later, she stopped me and she said, I have never been here during the day and wandered around. This is amazing. I've never seen so many happy people in one place. Now, are there things that need to be redesigned? And we figured we'll do it. We've done it before, we'll do it again. Right now, you know, we need to listen to the concerns if there's vendors that are concerned. But I also would like to point out that, as Colleen did, I've got 85% vendors have signed up, even the people on the list. They've already gone ahead and signed up for 2022. A lot of vendors, when they call me, they want to know who's coming, what's going on, what are the big weekends. Well, we never know, and this year, there was a lot of issues with people having to cancel out. Well, when you get a movie, are you going to do Halloween Town or are you going to do a major movie? You know, that's the kind of things that actors have to make that decision. The other thing is, yeah, we do need more garbage cans, and yeah, we probably are going to have to take a look at the numbers for the toilets. Now, remember, when we did have 2 or 3 banks of them, most of them stayed locked all the time. And then we would change them out, and they rarely, all of them got used. You know, we'll have to analyze it, and you know, Tina and Chris are very good at doing that. They've been doing this kind of stuff for a lot of years. The only other thing that I would like to say is that after Nicole Barista's presentation, I would like the opportunity to respond to the concerns, to let everybody know what I know about it. And I think that that's a good idea. So if Mr. Mayor would let me do that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, we'll allow a little bit of that. I'm not gonna, yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
have
gonna
much
say,
to say.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
Great, thank you.
because in all fairness, there's people in charge.
Maybe a discussion would
Understood.
be better.
just,
Yes.
I'll leave that discussion. Yes, and if anyone has
Yeah,
questions
yeah,
at that time, you can ask.
After the presentation. All right, any other visitor comments out there? Okay, so now we're gonna get on to the reading visitor comments, which is new to us. So Kathy's taking a swig of water and I've asked her to do the readings for written public comment.
Okay, the first one is from Tammy Magra. And it says, "Good evening, members of the council and the public. I am deeply disturbed that I must again address the city of St. Helens representatives, city councilors. It seems that the city and some council members has nothing to do and to try and degrade and destroy a tourism program that has done nothing but flourish under Tina and her company. Her vision and guidance has brought the city's failed, and I repeat, botched tourism from a gigantic failure to a huge success. She has put St. Helens on the map with Halloween Town, with over 60,000 people attending the event this year. This is the goal of tourism, to advertise the city, which she has done, not only with Halloween Town, but with other various events throughout the year. I like the Sandcastle event myself. Of course, some events are being done for the first time and will only improve thereafter. These events are bringing revenue to the city's downtown business. Many of you are too young to remember how downtown used to be. There were flourishing businesses in every store. No available parking could be found. Then downtown started to slowly die and did perish for decades, until the city had the good sense to discover that tourism would certainly help downtown, and with the waterfront possibilities were endless. But never getting going, it withered and died. Just like Old Town had done, but they did understand that they didn't have the skill set to run tourism. So they contracted a professional tourism event company, and things started to turn around. Money was being made and people came, thousands of people, a success. I could go on with the numbers of followers on Facebook, 776,101, up plus 38%, and Instagram, 22,836, up that's 14.7%. Anyone with basic math skills and basic reading ability can decipher that the symbol which we all learned in first grade, the plus sign, means more. So how can thousands of people who attended these events spend time and lots of money be wrong? How can some city councilors be so dead set on continuously being detrimental or ending the contract with a successful tourism event planner? A person who has done nothing but bring money, recognition to a lifeless old town, St. Helens. The city wants the waterfront to be a reality. The city wants people to come, spend money, yet here we are again writing letters, speaking at government meetings, hearing the same old manure from the same old people. We are trying to defend a program which is actually functioning appropriately, bringing money into the coffers and local nonprofits. I really don't see the need of this. Maybe someone from the complaint department or individuals with personal feelings on this issue could actually come forth and explain precisely why in the heck are others and myself here again. Explain to the public, tell us just what have you have for evidence confirming enough negative charges to change tourism contractors. What pettiness, that issue can never be put to rest. Every time there is a concern, it seems to get addressed quickly by the event director. Why does this non-issue always come back every few months? Is it a local witch hunt? By the way, is it not associated with the prosperous Halloween Town? Is it because you have had a discussion with Tina and she was too direct when responding and it hurt your sensibilities? Grow up, stop being a snowflake. You didn't like the answer she gave? Well, let me say this. I, for one, am a direct person. I like the truth. I respect a person who will tell me the truth instead of being mealy mouthed like I have witnessed from some individuals on city council. You should not want the truth fluffed. You should want and respect a person who is direct. Then there is no miscommunications. If you ask a person a question, expect an answer, whether you like the answer or not. But we are not here to discuss subjects. We are here yet again and again and again to defend an event planner who has had great success in doing the job which she is hired to do. Tina performs her duties as a professional she is, and the results are that of a professional. She is not given any special consideration, nor would she ask for any, or want or expect any. So change event planners when you have one that is successful, that makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to say that there has not been a bump or two in the road of tourism, but like all projects, comes through the better. When they get ironed out with a common sense and the project moves forward. Tourism in the city of St. Helens is like a fine bourbon. It gets better with age, or a painting by one of history's great masters. Like them, Tina started out with a blank canvas. As the artist began to mix the colors of the palette and paint the masterpiece, it started out with a few brush strokes of paint. Slowly, it starts to look like what they envisioned. Then as time goes by, the masterpiece started to form. The painting became a reality. It had shape, profile, character. It was recognized. It was valued by many to admire. People came from far off destinations to see this work of art. That too is the journey of St. Helens tourism. It too started out as a blank canvas. The mixture of different events made up the palette. The events grew, the events got bigger, more and more people came to see the work of art in progress, where the results have become well known across the country and internationally. Tina is doing her job and doing extremely well. Let me be perfectly clear, tourism isn't always good. We'll always have bumps. You don't totally or needlessly attack a successful director for unfounded charges or petty complaints. You correct or address any concerns with professionalism and keep moving forward. The city needs to reevaluate whether they want a successful tourism event planner or do they want to go back in time to previous tourism events. Oh, wait a minute. You didn't have any successful events until time Tina was hired. These events are available for everyone. If you choose to participate, great. If you don't want to participate, that's okay too. But let's not ruin the opportunity for the city and other people to enjoy the events and Old Town by changing what seems to be working great. The city has a bright prospect for the future of downtown and the waterfront if they would just let it happen. Tammy Magra.
I apologize for the cell phone.
I apologize for asking you to read those.
Okay, this one is from Brady Preheim. Well, here we go again, another Groundhog Day in St. Helens, same topic over and over. I would like to know why there is such a concern about the only department in the city that costs the local taxpayers nothing, brings in millions in economic activity and brings thousands of people to our community. And all the city has to do is nothing. Why don't you spend some time focusing on the Parks and Recreation Department that is so mismanaged that the director was removed and reinstated? Or about the police who refuse to enforce city ordinances and make the homeless voters move? Or the fact that you want to build a new police station with no input from the voters who will pay for it? I will never understand why tourism is such a controversial subject here when we have a successful experience for our community. Finally, after years, we have had something good happen and continue to grow rather than wither up and go away for one reason or another. We only have to look to the south at the centennial celebration in Scappoose, spending more than $90,000 and ending up $20,000 in the red. Community input is great, but the community are not an experienced event planner for large-scale celebrations. An inexperienced out-of-town event company that was hired to do the operations. Let's let you two see these were the kinds of events that happened in St. Helens. I should know as I was the chair of the chamber when we were responsible for tourism in the city. We failed at it miserably. I want to know what it is that the council could possibly point to that would justify making a change that could possibly disrupt the forward momentum we have experienced. Having a local vendor that did not even participate in Halloween Town will not work well. That is literally like putting the inmates in charge of asylum. This came from a person that knows so little about events that they bought each year that would take 2 spaces, then unhappily complained to the city council about the vendor fees. So the council gave them $500 to help pay for the space that they did not even use. Did they return that $500 for a space they did not use? Now this person is the tourism expert. Councilor Chilton claims she had a list of changes and improvements to try and justify a clear predisposed agenda of replacing the current tourism director contractor prior to being elected. But when I did a public records request for this list, I found she did not have a list and lied in public about having one. Before City Councilor Jessica Chilton was even elected, she repeatedly attacked tourism and Tina Curry in particular on social media. Councilor Chilton was corrected a number of times on misstatements and derogatory comments on Facebook. Since elected, Chilton has asked for a change for change's sake. These efforts have been recalled twice upon multiple testimonials from businesses and supporters of tourism, Tina Curry and E2C in particular. In contrast, not one person has ever appeared before City Council in support of Chilton motions. The challenge for the City Council is, do you keep entertaining proposals from a councilor who has a grudge to pick? Or do you support a company that has built programs that are envied throughout the country? The choice is clear, a change for change's sake will tear down what has been built, cause disruption and turmoil to a tourism apparatus that is fine honed and brings respect and renown to the city of St. Helens. We were number 3 on Martha Stewart's best places to go for Halloween. The list of grievances has gone from one line to another with no ability to verbalize what the change would result in or even what the change would be. If you want to use some excuse of an elevator not placed in a building the city doesn't own or a route staff that supposedly was under their direction as a reason to sever a relationship, then you should likely fire everyone that is city staff. No one is perfect, but people are generally judged by the final results, and in this case, it is clearly a winning one as the job is executed above and beyond expectations, as many have stated at prior Groundhog Day meetings. Reading Nicole's ill-conceived slideshow, it is clear that we are to give time to a group that has almost no event experience. A glaring error is the comparison of a brick and mortar location where a food cart resides versus an event booth. First, let's cover that a food cart is not for a few days and a food cart has a physical location with built-in power as well. Add in the cost of rent, the cost of the cart itself, safety equipment, competitors right next door, staffing, insurance, and advertising and promotion. How are you keeping your customer coming back? Compared to a festival, your risk is minimal. The audience is delivered to you by the thousands a day. You show up and make a ton of money in 2 days versus weeks, and you do not even have to haul garbage or worry about hidden costs. Good festivals create revenues many times over of a food pod simply because of the volume created in 2 days versus weeks or even months. In talking with a couple of food vendors at Halloween Town, I learned they make in 7 weekends enough to live for the year. Many sold out of their products on the first day and were unable to return Sunday because they had nothing left to sell. Isn't it time to acknowledge what we are doing is really working? What would that look like if instead of wasting valuable time correcting lies and false agendas, how much better would we really be right now? How much have we already lost in time and energy that could propel us even more forward? Halloween Town continues to amaze me by growing in leaps and bounds each year, even in the middle of COVID. It was a successful event with no outbreaks due to the protocols that the tourism director created. The sheer number of people that can come here from all over the world is astounding. Vendors are happy, merchants are happy, the tourists are happy. Why is the city not happy? Finally, I would like to comment on Steve's censure. He did not respect the censure and in fact uses his censure status to try and blackmail the city council into removing the censure. The censure should not be lifted but extended for another 12 months at least, and you need to add new measures to make it effective. Brady Preheim. This letter is from Jane Garcia and Jennifer Pugsley of Keller Williams. We respectfully request this letter to be read in the record for the City Council work session on November 17th. As the city has now wrapped up another year of Halloween Town, we'd like to share our personal experience. We're the principal brokers of the Jane Garcia team, Keller Williams real estate professionals, and the owners of 50 Plaza Square. As such, we have a very direct viewpoint for the festivities. We're also very proud to be city sponsors for the last 3 years. We truly believe in this and are very excited to be involved here and excited about the future here. As the last couple of years have been a challenge in so many ways, Halloween Town has been such a bright spot for so many. People from all over the country have stopped by our office to take a picture with our decorations, pick up a map, or just to share how excited they were to be there. The energy and excitement were contagious and for us, a privilege to be a part of the event. One thing that was very noticeable this year was the number of visitors during the weekdays. It wasn't just the events of the weekend that drew the crowds. The plaza was filled with visitors each and every day, in our opinion, a direct result of E2C's successful public relations and marketing efforts. For us, a business on the plaza directly affects by the events. We want to thank Tina from E2C Productions for making sure our agents had parking passes and in no way our business compromised during the weeks of Halloween Town. Tina's time, energy, and attention have been and continue to be greatly appreciated by us and our agents. Respectfully, Jane Garcia and Jennifer Pudsley.
Got it? Or we got
No.
one?
Two more.
Two more, okay. Everyone's kind of feel. Okay. We also have one.
Okay. This letter is from Matt McHugh with Cascadia Home Loans. Dear St. Helens City Councilors, for more than 5 years, I have been involved with the city of St. Helens as a citywide sponsor and business owner. Having formerly been a media planner in Portland, I have a strong background in that and recognize quality work when I see it. Tina Curry's work is as an event coordinator, exemplifies how to manage big events. Here's what separates her from other event administrators that I have worked with. 1, has a clear vision and the ability to convey it to everyone involved. 2, stays on task and always does what she says she's going to do. 3, great with details. 4, meets with major sponsors regularly and is open to suggestions. 5, makes sponsors and volunteers feel valued. 6, completely invested in all that she does. 7, anticipates problems and plans accordingly. I think it's important to note that the type of success that St. Helens has experienced with tourism does not happen everywhere. In most small cities, it's hit and miss. There's often no identity that compels non-locals to visit. Much of that success is due to Tina's leadership and relentless effort. Matt McHugh. It's huge. Maybe or what?
Who is it from?
It's from Woodland Cottage. Okay. This is from Courtney Allison at Woodland Cottage. The purpose of my letter is to share my experience as a business owner in St. Helens over the past 7 Halloween Town events and beyond. I write this in support of Tina and E2C Productions. I opened at 245 South First Street in August of 2015 after starting my business at 2C's in May. On opening, I had no idea that a month later we would experience the wild ride that is Halloween Town. We'd come down during October's prior while it was a teeny thing because my kid loved it. I had no idea when we opened how pivotal the event would become for our small city. On opening weekend, the first attendees I met were a couple of newlyweds from Chicago. They told me that they planned their honeymoon around here, assuming here was Portland. I asked if they knew about Halloween Town and they laughed at me and said that was their very reason for visiting us. Halloween Town, I would go on to meet people from all over the globe that month. London to Australia, Montana to New York City. It was mind-blowing. I went into the event month without expectation and thought we could actually lose money as our regulars informed us that they tended to stay away from downtown during October. I'll see you in November, many said. Our closing numbers for that month pale in comparison to 2021, but it was an exciting time nonetheless. Here in 2021, with years of like experiences under our Halloween Town belts, I would like to express my concern for the constant attacks on tourism. While they have been going on for as long as I can remember, this year really takes the cake. I hope that everyone reading this takes note of our experiences because as a business, they matter. If I were not a business owner, as a community member, I would be absolutely interested in hearing positive experiences with the firm contracted to handle our city's tourism, especially since it seems that all we hear lately is negative. While we opened in 2015, I did not meet Tina until September 2018. This was in part due to the constant infighting between the other agencies that were meant to promote businesses in our community. My experience with those is null, as we were never involved in the clicks promoted. I regret not taking it upon myself to meet with Tina because I would have had that much more time working alongside someone that cares about our business community and its extended growth. While Tina may not be from here or reside here, her heart is here. I know from working with Tina at several Halloween fun events and by being present downtown regularly, how much of her time she dedicates to our downtown core. Some may say that it's her job, and I agree to an extent. Knowing how much time Tina puts in, the city would go broke paying her hourly. In addition to doing her job and doing it well, Tina is a secret good Samaritan of sorts. She supports our local businesses not only by patronizing them, she comes up with ways to help when people are struggling. Ask me how I know. During 2019, we were experiencing an extreme business drought, and I ran into Tina when I was closing up shop. I offhandedly told her that I was thinking of closing, and she immediately gave me more ideas in 2 minutes than I came up with during months of struggling. Sometimes you need an extra set of eyes, and her ideas and innovation have benefited many small business owners downtown. This is not required of her, but she is that much of an asset to our business community. She doesn't receive the accolades and does not expect them. She truly wants to see our community thrive. During one of the sessions a few months ago, Councilor Berkeley mentioned that he had gone around asking businesses to share their numbers and experiences on Halloween Town. My business was never asked. I wonder that is because we would answer in a positive light, or if we are just looked at as an insignificant or unimportant by our council. With the constant attacks on tourism, it often feels like small brick and mortar businesses don't matter to our city council. Otherwise, you would set aside personal notions and keep the good things that are happening going. Though I must give props to Councilor Chilton for checking on us the first weekend of Halloween Town this year. Thank you. Going forward, I ask if this is something that all of you can take turns doing during these events. It definitely seems like it would be in the best interest of everyone and would also provide a more fair and balanced opinion. I realize it is your time, but also know that you can't get the entire story without being there. Regardless, I am always willing to share my experiences as a small retailer with any of you. Right now, I happily share that from 2015 to this past Halloween Town season, we experienced a 2,608% sales increase. Is that a long time span? Yes. The growth every year has been exponential. Yes, that is due to the hard work of myself and my employees. However, those sales would not happen without Halloween Town or E2C at the helm. We shift our business model every year for this event. Rather than looking at it as an inconvenience, it is our model. It is our preferred aesthetic. Is it our preferred aesthetic? No, but we are grateful to have the opportunity to experience this every year for many reasons and know that no one could run this event better than E2C. I know I am speaking for my team at the cottage, but the feedback we received from the thousands of customers that we served this year were all positive. We usually hear a few complaints, but nothing of significance this year. Everyone was happy and telling us all about how much they were enjoying being here. I worked with Tina during one of the talent events and people were absolutely excited about their opportunities. During the height of the pandemic last year, I resigned to the fact that Halloween Town would most likely flop for us business-wise. Prior to the event, I met with Tina to discuss how it would be safely run and was impressed by the plan. At that point, all I really cared about people being safe. Our numbers didn't matter and hopefully the next event would make up for it. We closed last year's event at 80% more than the year before, where we had major talent was available to attendees. The first year that tickets would be required. To say 2020's event exceeded my wildest dreams would be an understatement. People paid to come to Halloween Town and our numbers were exponentially better because of it. An 80% increase was definitely not in that forecast. We also saw an 80% increase this past August due to the Sandcastle competition. Totally unexpected and totally welcome. As a business owner that resides in St. Helens but out of the voting area, aka county with a St. Helens zip, my way of contributing to my community is through this business. I am able to provide work and pay out bonuses during these windfall months. Because of these events, I am able to give back in ways that I couldn't without them. If we keep picking someone apart for doing their job or attacking them based off of comments, sections, or special interests, you can be certain that businesses like mine and others will face certain death. We need a thriving tourism economy downtown. When we first opened, I was repeatedly told that I should relocate to the highway by so many people. They would say, I never come down here or nothing ever lasts here, good luck. And they could have been right. We are in a 7th year of business and there are businesses thriving in spaces where life has been gone for a long time when we opened. First Street is beautiful when it's full. We are all part of the puzzle, and while we love our locals and our regulars more than anything, it is too much of a burden to place on all of them to keep us open during months that are historically terrible for everyone. Like August or October, Halloween Town brings people here for a month and a half. If you're looking logistically, yet we have had regulars for years that reside out of the county that found us on a chance visit to our city's biggest event of every year. I have written many letters over the past several months to present to council and have not had the need because decisions were rescinded. There will always be people that are disappointed in how things worked out for them, but often it's a matter of perspective. Not to discount anyone's experiences, but how will events evolve into being better without things to learn from? I have had things happen in past events and openly discussed them with Tina. They have always been solved amicably. So much can be done with open communication. I feel it is in the best interest of everyone to take a clean slate look at what E2C provides to our community. As a business owner that has worked in events in some fashion or another for most of her adult life, I know that Tina is the best person to run this. The growth of the event every year speaks for itself. Let's build on mistakes and make it better. Tina is part of our proverbial village, no matter where she resides. She spends most of her time in our community helping to make it successful. We should all ask ourselves what we are contributing to the success of our community. Courtney Allison.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go through the Zoom visitor comments.
Is that for me, Marischal? This is Jamie Smith.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm doing kids pickup, but also just got done trying to avoid chaos at work with Kaiser Permanente. So I saw the agenda today and I thought to myself, we can't be walking down this path again. And I've listened to everybody today. And as someone who worked every weekend this year in that info booth, I can tell you, we definitely did not point people to restaurants for public restrooms, but we did point them down there if they chose to have a sit-down meal. We directed them to multiple places to shop, to pick up local souvenirs, or just to get that small town feel. As I continue to listen to this meeting, though, my point is not so much that we don't have something we can learn from this. We absolutely can. But what's bigger than that is the actual people that put this together. The group that continues to show up for Halloween Town and other events within our community are the same people. The people who I see continuing to complain are the last ones to step up and volunteer. And I think it's time that those who are continue to complain and continue to come to you guys for whatever, whether it's the rec center or for Halloween Town or what have you, I think they need to step up and walk a mile in all of our shoes. I have seen multiple comments on Facebook, but yet when you ask them to come down, they refuse to. I think it's time that the city council looks at how do we bring volunteers in to help and to help make change versus continuing to beat this dead horse. It's time for the community to come together to not only see Halloween Town grow, but to see our community grow and thrive and move in a positive direction. And I hope that this is the last conversation or the last time we have to come and defend Halloween Town, and that future conversations can really be about how do we grow? How do we bring volunteers in? How do we ask? How does we get the city council to come down and spend those weekends with us so that you can see and hear for yourselves what each of us are seeing and hearing, which is 98% of it is positive. I challenge everyone listening to this call, everyone who is at the city council meeting, and everyone sitting on that board to come out and volunteer and do something, whether it's with Halloween Town or with one of the other organizations. Because at this point, the negative and the constant beating, those of us are getting tired and we're going to walk away. And that includes E2C and Tina and her husband, as well as vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other visitor comments? Okay, so just a quick rundown. what I hear people saying is we do have a good problem to have. We have events going on in St. Helens. There has been controversy on this issue in the years past, or even currently, with just the operation in general. But what I'm hearing from our businesses out there, which is most important to us, because you are the lifeblood of our community, is trash seems to be an issue, bathrooms, open containers is a huge issue. We all agree with that. Yeah. So I'm just trying to reference these things so I can take these further into our agenda here. And you're more than welcome to sit, but I just want to make sure I've heard everything right. The Holton District, we'd like to have something, maybe a little more attention up there, maybe an event or two, some trolley going up that way. Also Halloween town maps being updated. And a redirection of traffic. And again, any business that feels threatened, please have them see me, only confidential, and we won't miss that, so that's what I heard. So, and moving forward, our next item on our agenda is after we're gonna get a report from our communications from Crystal King. King and Cameron.
How are you? We're here to give our semi-annual report on city communications and want to briefly review our summer projects that we have going on. We have a ton of stuff going on at the city right now, and we're going to continue to see that moving forward. Some of the biggest projects involve the Riverwalk, and not only the boardwalk and community portion of the Riverwalk project, but also the street and utility extension project. We're going to hopefully see some groundbreaking coming up, within the next year, funding permitting. We had in the last half of a year, I think 2 community meetings involving the Riverwalk to get
You
community.
can lower your mask if you'd like.
Giving you guys in, so giving you a hand.
Yes.
So we had a major Riverwalk survey that we launched to gather community feedback about the Riverwalk project and some of the public amenities that the community was interested in seeing. That was heavily, we had paper copies, electronic copies. We got great feedback that was then collated by our consultants and put into a second meeting that we had people attend. I think you were all there and heard all the feedback from the community. It seemed well attended. We just met with the consultants again this morning to plan for the next meeting that is going to be taking place in mid-December. So in the right after Thanksgiving weekend, you should see some information coming out and pushed heavily about that upcoming meeting. And the goal is always, again, to keep people engaged with what we're doing here with that project and excited because that is one of our great public facing projects, that is years in the making. I don't know if Cameron would like to speak to this, but we just installed over the summer our McCormick Park playground equipment and provided a lot of updates about that, which led into the grand opening, which coincided with Citizens Day, which I wasn't at, but Cameron was at.
Yeah, we had a bunch of opportunities over the summer to sort of take photos as that was getting put up, which was a lot of fun to see as that was happening and to get to post it out and sort of get excitement build up as that was happening. And then sort of the main event with Moda and the Trailblazers have some pretty good photos of you with Blaze the Trail Cat. That was a good moment. But the event was I thought it was really successful. It was cool to have them come down. We got a lot of advertising in ahead of time, both in terms of social media posting and in flyering. We got to work with community partners, both as part of Citizens Day and as part of preparing for that event. And yeah, it was a kind of a really good example of like getting to bring folks in with community partners and using both the grand opening of the park and Citizens Day as sort of 2 events that kind of fed into each other really well. And overall, I thought, especially for when in the calendar that was happening in terms of everything with COVID and sort of things reopening up in kind of a weird moment in time. I felt like it was really successful and a lot of folks showed up and were really excited about that. And it was a nice, like really positive thing in the community for that moment in time. So, and you all were there and got to be there and experience that. And I don't know, it was really cool. So I don't know if there's anything else.
It's just exciting for us, I think, over the summer to see a lot of these big projects that we've been working on for a really long time, that the public doesn't necessarily see all of the work that goes into stuff in the background, like years sometimes of a planning process that is boring to the public, so we don't necessarily like communicate like, oh, we're, you know, meeting for the 20th time with our consultants, you know, or, you know, technical advisory committee, but it's really exciting this year and moving forward that we have some stuff that the public can actually see that is the culmination of all this work happening. And the Riverwalk project, the McCormick Park Playground, the Campbell Park construction, those are all great examples of that happening. COVID's still here, but we did have a lot of community events over the summer that, you know, we worked with Tina to help share across the city channels, and that included 4th of July celebration as well as 13 nights being fully back and in person. And Cameron and I both attended a series that Facebook recently launched online, which was, I think it was like a 10 to 13 series webinar on Facebook specific to government that covered a broad range of topics created by Facebook for government. So we worked over kind of like summer to fall to attend all of those sessions with Facebook, which sort of leads into a big thing that we're dealing with right now, which is a conversion on the Facebook platform for businesses to a business suite platform, which we'll talk about a little bit later when Cameron gets to his portion of the presentation. A lot of this summer, we all know we had a series of major heat waves that occurred, 2 of them. We at the city sort of activated our own emergency response for that, realizing that there weren't necessarily any other cooling centers that were opening that we were aware of. So we formed a team of staff and liaised with the regional partner agencies to communicate what we were doing as a city and then help amplify the messages of what everybody else as it developed was doing. I think you'll see, I mean, the heat affected many areas that I communicated about. It went everything from burn bans that we had, cooling centers, we had a water main breakdown in this area due to it. Fireworks ban information was a big topic this year because each local agency and county was doing something different this year. And then messaging to like help prevent wildfires. So I anticipate that that is going to be something that is here to stay. That will probably be a focus moving forward year to year, probably in the late spring as we work with partner agencies to figure out how we're going to message, you know, these unprecedented heat waves that now we anticipate probably will be occurring year to year. That sort of leads into the fact that based off of some of that stuff that happened over the summer in collaboration with partner agencies, I am working with some of the other Columbia County regional PIOs to form a work group that will be we're working to get some codification to that and documentation so that when it comes to these major events that are multi-agency, that we all not only know each other and are familiar with who to contact and who to work with, but we have some plans in place if we have to stand up a joint information center and work together to communicate out on a county level what is happening, not only with us, but you know, in other areas. And then Cameron, we've seen an increase in media inquiries over the last year. Part of that I feel, and media, by media I mean like newspaper, regional newspapers, part of that is just you're seeing our population grow. So the more our population grows, the more stuff we have that, you know, from Riverwalk stuff to police activity that happens. And it's of interest now to the Portland metro area on a more regular basis. So I anticipate moving forward, we'll continue to see increases in media requests for information. Part of that is also a shift in how traditional newsprint works. They are much less about, having the traditional local newspaper staff that, you have a assigned reporter that only works in St. Helens. We're seeing like over the last 2 or 3 years, reporters are assigned to a regional level now. So they don't have as much time to devote to story writing within a particular local committee. So we get a lot of requests now from newspapers, sort of wanting more info than they used to want.
You're a journalist now too,
Yes,
right?
I have part-time work. Yeah, we are daylighting as a journalist half the time. But it's great because in a way, thinking about it in a positive light, it means we get to craft our communication, to the public that way, in a way where we help, control what the message is and get to spotlight, the positive work of the city. And then again, our consultants, are working on a bunch of high-level projects. So part of that is they're developing a video and reached out to us to get some extra footage and photos of some of the key events that we have going on in town. So this year, Cameron and I worked in tandem to be present at several of our events so that we could get both photos and video of the events so that they could use that for their marketing. I don't know if you have anything to add.
No.
I just think your multiple agency is very crucial to our area. How many times do the people look for the city for answers that we don't have the answers for, and vice versa,
Or yeah, we're not even maybe the lead agency.
Well, exactly, the fireworks ban, that was Columbia River Fire, and we got so much, I got so many phone calls over that, that 116-degree heat was a killer, and people were freaked out about it, just the far as, what is our city gonna burn down? And they monitor that stuff and had a very good marketing on their reading board. If you drove by and seen it, or if you went to their website, it said, be smart when you're lighting off legal fireworks. That's what it said.
And please let them be legal.
Yeah.
I mean, as we grow regionally again, and as we face more widespread, climate issues and other impacts just from Portland Metro sort of pushing out far away, that will be more and more important that we have a well-established communication team countywide that we know who to either send people to or amplify like group messaging for those types of incidences.
Still remember their catchy logo, keep it safe, keep it legal.
Keep it legal, keep it safe.
Yep.
So we also, leading into the fall, had the makerspace open at the library, which was fabulous. The opening day where the public was invited was well attended. It was great to see kids and families there using some of the equipment. We also updated the police department employee photos, which I think when Chief Greenway was here last time, he had a photo within his presentation for that. That's a big undertaking when it comes to that department because they are 24/7. They have 3 shifts a day. That means, figuring out a time when almost none of the officers are off so that we can get them all there at a time that's most convenient, which isn't necessarily the most convenient for photo lighting, but hold it off with very few people absent. And it's great to get that updated. But it is a major undertaking that we planned months and months in advance to make sure we can get everybody there. We continued to provide updates on Campbell Park, which is progressing with that sports court project. We've had a lot of delays with that. I mean, we saw it with McCormick Park too. Talk about stuff happening on a regional and national level, delays in production and equipment availability. I know with McCormick Park, we had a delay with not even being able to ship the equipment on time because there was a major storm in the Midwest and South that delayed us we had to change, I think, from putting it on a truck to a train to get it here, which was several weeks delay, but they're seeing the same thing with the Campbell Park project with delays on contractor ends with supplies not being available.
I got her pics every day in basketball.
We almost done yet. I think they're just waiting now for that surfacing to come in, which again is a delay in supplies being available. But it's exciting to see that move forward. We just wrapped up the community survey, but we did a lot of prep work on that leading up to it. One of the main things this time that I made sure we did was online. We tracked, created separate links for every mode of communication that we pushed out. So there was a separate tracking link to the newsletter, to the flyer, to the press release, to paid social media, to organic social media, to a QR code, so that we could, I think we had 7 or 8 different links that we sent out in various ways, so that we could track where people were finding that information. It helps us determine where we should devote more time and resources in the future. And so we'll be working with Rachel now that survey is closed to develop communication out to the public about what we found from that and work on sort of from the results of those tracked links, how we adapt to where we're reaching most people in our communication efforts. So that leads into obviously Halloween Town, which is obviously something that people have very strong opinions about. I want to be clear, we have some new counselors on the council, and I think I've heard from both of you asking questions about what we do on the city end versus what the contractor does for communicating Halloween Town stuff. So when the city made the decision to not have a tourism committee anymore and move to a contract for the events, the contract covers that any events communication is handled by the event contractor. We do that for a lot of reasons. In 2015, it was very obvious when it went viral that if we had communication for tourism events being in-house with one full-time employee, there would be no way that we would do anything and keep up with anything other than events. So you hire a contractor, they're responsible for the main communication components of events. And that also helps us keep things separated so that people know that for event stuff, you go here. And for city stuff, you continue to go here. And you'll consistently then see that we direct visitors one place and keep residents or business members informed of, city functions and services separately. That doesn't mean that we don't assist in some very key areas with communicating about Halloween Town. So city staff, being Cameron and myself, I handle all basically of the media inquiries that come in that are related to Halloween Town. So that is anything from Travel Oregon, The Oregonian, local newspapers, Portland Metro, TV stations, podcasters, newspaper layout people, journalists. They either contact me directly or Tina gets contacted by them and usually sends them my way. And I'm responsible for providing, interviews, photos, video, anything that they need to put that event in their place of media. We also almost exclusively do the documentation of photos and video of the event.
5 minutes is up.
Well up at this point.
Yeah.
So we're out there almost every weekend, especially on the key weekends with big events, making sure we get photos and videos because we know that this event is something people consistently look for every year. We know we have to keep our collection up to date so that next year when they ask again, we have new photos that we can send out. The main press release announcing the event is generally created in-house and put out by us. So like I wrote the main press release this year that goes out to media and visitors announcing that the event is occurring. And work with partner agencies within the area when they have questions about the event to try to get them to the right place so that they know what's going on if they need to do anything on their end. And then Cameron, if you want to jump in here, we assist with, mostly when it comes to social media, we assist in updating when we get some good photos and video of what has happened that weekend.
Yeah, so I will do posts through the city page related to Halloween Town. And yeah, so like I'll go out on weekends for some of the big events and do some of that like photo taking for our records and for future years. And like on either like the day of or the day after, I'll do some sort of like small amount of follow-up posts that's like, you know, oh, you know, for like the children's parade, you know, get a nice time today. This is photos of what happened. This is what's going on. So some sort of like follow-up posting and things like that. And like throughout the month of Halloween Town, I'll do some sort of like support and like assisting sort of posting that is amplifying information about Halloween Town that is information that's sort of like related to logistics like within the city. So stuff about like the road closures and things like that. So there's like scheduling stuff that really is stuff that is I guess like makes sense that is like city adjacent, city related, that is stuff that is gonna impact folks in St. Helens pretty specifically and help us sort of get that information out there in the community, stuff that folks are gonna see and sort of know what's going on in the city, you know, both related to the event as an event, but also as it's gonna impact them, you know, while they're in town. So, you know, I try and share that information, and when we share that, you know, we will share sort of summaries of the information and make sure that we're directing folks, you know, directly to the Spirit of Halloween Town information so that they're going directly where they can get the information directly from Spirit of Halloween Town and make sure that they're getting the full information there, and all of that. And then with photos and stuff like that, I'll also do stuff that like requests for, like we did the Oregon Film Trail photo with Joey Zimmerman and Philip Van Dyke. And for if folks on the city's page are looking for specific information, making sure that we're able to direct them either back to the Halloween Town page or to the website, so that they're getting the information that they need. Is there anything else that we?
That's about it. I mean, mainly the message is we help amplify stuff that the PTC is already doing. So communications falls under their umbrella for the event, and then we step in and assist in some areas where we have capacity and it makes sense, but you know, if that fell to just us and wasn't under the contract, nothing else would probably get communicated, because that, I mean, just Halloween Town alone, as you'll see in some of the upcoming slides, it is wild the amount of eyeballs that are on that event. So created a list here that you can look over yourself of some of the like main media requests that we fulfilled and coverage that we saw this year. One of the big things that was different this year that I haven't seen in prior years was several requests for us to be on podcasts. So I did a couple of interviews on podcasts that were an hour long. But I anticipate, because that's sort of the newest media platform that you've seen that's growing in popularity, I anticipate that that will probably be something moving forward that we see a lot more requests for. Kind of fun to see. So here's some good stats for why we don't do this in-house. You have about 750,000 people that interacted just on the Facebook page alone for Spirit of Halloween Town this year in October. And on Instagram, it was about 22,000 people. And what's interesting is if you look at some of the top cities, which I know is super small on that page, but the top cities that people are interacting with us on Facebook are Portland, Vancouver, and Salem, not St. Helens, not anywhere in Columbia County. And then on Instagram, it's Portland, then Los Angeles, Vancouver, and New York, New York. So it's a really, this is why we like track those stats and look at it, because you know, we know it's important that we're being positive in these places that aren't in our area. So, you know, it's not just local reach, we have visitor eyeballs on that, which is what we want within those pages. These pages were created to attract visitors. But when it comes to like tailoring the event in the future, if that's, you know, as you develop events, know that you are, like some of your top viewers are in different parts of the US or at this event. Some of the top performing posts this year all involved celebrities coming, and most of them were Twilight celebrities this year that garnered the most reach. So we had 86,000 people and 60,000 people that were interacting with those celebrity posts this year. And I'll turn it over to Cameron to talk about city social media. Cameron has mainly taken over the burden of social media on the city's end, as well as the newsletter. So they will talk to you about how that's gone over the last half year.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. So I'm gonna look at December through April just really briefly as sort of a baseline before I talk about the more recent numbers. But you can see the 51,000 page reach compared to the number that we just saw. So that's a pretty big difference. You know, of what I'm dealing with compared to.
But I'd still like to.
No, it's still
point out, yeah,
still quite
our
a number.
population is reaching close to 14,000 people. We're seeing a reach of 51,000 people. So as far as communicating on a government page in a rural area, we've got a fantastic reach. Yeah.
Yeah, not to downplay, but so yeah, looking at December to April, just as a baseline, Facebook gives us a reach of about 51,000 people. We have sort of a high water mark of shy of 10,000, more like a little over 5,000 for several posts. Sort of a middling average of, I would say, like a little over 2,000. And you know, we can sort of, you know, medium of average around 2,000, we'll say. If we can go to the next slide. So for this, from May to the end of October, they give us a reach of more like over 90,000, closer to 91,000. Our higher end reach is closer to over 10,000. We are approaching that 5,000 mark more consistently. We're definitely closer to like a middling average of 2,500 more consistently, I would say. And I would say overall, our reach average is just like generally higher. And Facebook gives us a growth average of 69.3%. I don't know how they calculate that, but I'm gonna take it. And I don't know if that's compared to the last 6 months or over that period of time. They don't say, but we're gonna take the 69.3% growth. And if we can go to the next slide. So looking into how that breaks down, I'm gonna take a look at what kind of posts get the highest reach within that period. So mainly it's kind of like event related posts, impacts and update information, and then visible city projects. So the highest post is the announcement that the official announcement for the Independence Day fireworks, which has like 75 comments and 140 shares. And I want to talk maybe a little bit about why that's our highest post for the last 6 months. And that's a Cornerstone community event. It was a little bit uncertain this year between COVID and the high temperatures. And it was kind of this perfect combination of being something that's highly visible, something that people in the community care a lot about. It's very relevant to them. It's something that's gonna stoke a lot of conversation because it was hitting a bunch of hot button topics at the time. And then people were just really excited about it. You know, they were really basically happy about the news that it was happening. And then the next highest event is the third one, which is about the Halloween parade, which sort of was a very similar thing with the fireworks events. Another thing that people were just, you know, stoked a lot of conversation and kind of hitting conversation topics. And then the third event is the McCormick Park grand opening, which is number 4 on the list, which is different from the other 2 because that isn't a regular event. That's one that we all put together. And it's great because that's one that, you know, we were advertising. It's not something that was controversial. It's just something that, you know, we were able to build that reach and to build that excitement. So it's nice to see that up there as one of our top posts for the last 6 months. And then, sorry, can we stay on that a little longer? Sorry, I wasn't sure it was running. And then, so we also have impact and updates. We have Hood to Coast, and we have a water main repair, which I wanted to talk a little bit about because those are ones that spark a lot of conversation. So those have a lot of reach because they're things that people see as they directly impact the folks that those folks are talking about. So they've got a lot of reach because they've just garnered a lot of talk and got a lot of interaction in that way. And Hood to Coast, because people wanted to talk about things that were going on with Hood to Coast, posts do that sometimes. But it's good, especially with the water main repair, because that means that information is getting to the people that need to see that information. And then the Riverwalk didn't make the top 5, but I think it's the next 2 posts below that, which I just want to throw out there because again, that's something that we're working really hard to get out to folks. So it's good that it's gaining traction. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. So what that means is we want to see like 4 things in posts, and that's engagement, conversation starter, perceived relevance, and then something that is like visible to folks. And then I also have controversy up there, which is not something that we want to see, but it's something that is gonna happen sometimes. And the thing with that is we sort of have this opportunity when we have something that we're going to post that's gonna start a conversation, but we don't necessarily know that it's going to go like gonna go the way that we want it to necessarily. We have an opportunity to talk about how can we phrase this in a way that is going to put the city in the best light? How are we going to start a conversation that is going to be the most productive? And so we always sit down when we have a post that we know is going to start a conversation, because that's what we want to do at all times. It's going to turn a post into one of these top 5 posts if it's starting a conversation.
Which if you know anything, to interrupt, sorry.
Yeah.
If you know anything about the Facebook algorithm, you as end users don't have to deal with that, but we do as a business page. The more you can get people commenting on it and the more that we can comment back and create a conversation, Facebook highly weights that kind of interaction to make sure that we appear in people's feeds more often. So that's always our goal. That's why we try to develop content that will start conversations. There's more that goes into it than just throwing out information.
So which is so in terms of reach, starting a conversation when we're crafting a post, you know, we talk about how can we do this in a way that's going to be the most productive. And if we have a post that maybe we didn't expect to start a conversation and the conversation is going in a way that is surprising, you know, we have the opportunity to say, okay, how do we engage? Because Facebook also weights as a Facebook page. If you are interacting with folks in those comments, that's positive. You know, how can we engage in a way that is going to turn this into a positive conversation? And so basically, this is all to say, if you have all those elements, integrate most things that we want to post to social media naturally have those. That's why we are posting them to social media. But there are some things as a government page that aren't going to, they're going to be a little drier because we're talking about things like code amendments. And we spend a lot of time talking about, okay, we know this is going to have these elements. We just need to find out how can we put them into a post and show people that it's engaging, it's relevant to them, and basically help it flourish as a post. Okay, thank you. Go on to the next one. So there has been some changes in the last few months that maybe you've seen. The first is with the e-newsletter. Crystal talked with me a little bit about wanting to change up the format of the newsletter so that we could basically make it a little bit briefer, spread out the timeline a little bit so that the format itself would be briefer and the articles themselves would also be briefer. And then by having it twice a month, we would be able to better fit things that are tied to the calendar, like events and stuff like that, into the newsletter format. When it was just at the beginning of the month, there were events that would happen at the end of the month that weren't getting shared in a way that was most effective. So I did some research about how other cities were doing their newsletters, and sort of drew on some of those things, came up with a slightly spiffier new name. We worked to find a shorter format that is just, short paragraph and then links to longer articles for folks that want to read more information. That brings people to the website so that they're able to get the content there, and it's also bringing people to the website where they can see more of the city services and stuff like that. So that is the changes to the e-newsletter. And then we have now brought library social media completely back under the wing of the communications department. And we are doing more to assist Parks and Rec with social media. This is a return to how it was done before the pandemic. During the pandemic, library and Parks and Rec staff had more time to sort of do social media things. But now that everybody is returning to full staffing and full hours and everything like that, there's less time for them to do that. So this is basically, we're bringing it back into communications department, and this is a return to how it was before. And I know this is something that in terms of like adding more communications portals to the city is something that we talked about. I don't know if.
Right, so once we establish a new communications channel, whether that be, a department usually requesting their own Facebook or social media page. Once that page is established, and you've directed, you've splintered people off of the main city channel to go to them for more information, it's really hard to get them back into the fold. So we think very strategically before we approve a new channel of communication to ensure that it's sustainable in the long term, and that we're not, reinventing the wheel and creating this other mode of channel that's just doubling the work. We see that now that the library is reopening and having people in-house, and Parks and Rec are doing events again with the public. They don't have time to manage fully their own social media platform. So that is returning to a job that we're now taking over and assisting with. So we really think strategically when it comes to approving new ways of communicating, especially on social media platforms, because we want it to be sustainable and we want to ensure that we're communicating effectively. And if that can be through the main city channel as much as possible, that's what we encourage, because it's not creating more work for staff that are already overburdened.
And then the last slide is where I'm also going to talk about. So the last big thing I'm going to talk about is the changes happening at Facebook. There are quite a few of them. Probably the big one that you've heard about is the Meta thing. So Facebook announced in October that they're creating a new parent company that is separate from Facebook called Meta. That will be basically the umbrella company for all of Meta's Facebook's products, including Facebook and Instagram. And there's going to be the virtual reality component. I don't know if you saw the video where he turns into his digital avatar and so there's the virtual reality component that we anticipate is going to change the platform in a way that will probably impact our role as communicators. We don't know what that's going to look like. We will probably find out someday. But at this time, it has begun to impact in the form of a platform called Facebook Business. This is something that you may not have seen impact your personal pages yet. But it has very much impacted how we are doing things on our end. I don't know if you'd like to talk about the difference between how Facebook handles personal versus business pages.
Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of you have varying degrees of comfort with social media. Why do we harp on social media so much? If you've been around in the last decade, we see such a heavy shift for people being consistently on social media, and more so on social media for hours at a time daily. That is where people are at. You know, as a side note, I'm sure you'll get a presentation about this later, but some of our biggest response rates to the community survey, and we paid in several different areas to have newspaper advertisements, to print flyers and distribute them, paid social media advertising. We got the most response from social media and from that paid social media. So if you are at all paying attention to, the controversies surrounding social media and the ethics and morality of social media, you'll be aware that you as users, as personal users, are the product that they are selling. They are selling your attention to businesses, which is how they earn their money, by us paying to be on the platform and getting reach. So what that means to you on your end is that you see relatively little change. Facebook is very static on your end when it comes to how you interact with the platform. They want to keep you comfortable. They want to keep you going there consistently. They don't want to do a big change up. What that means on our end is it looks very different, and they're very comfortable with making changes on our end because we are basically captive to needing to communicate with you and that being the best platform. So while you don't see rollouts all of the time that change your use, it's very difficult as communicators on our end, on the business side, because they are constantly changing how that platform functions, sometimes without any notice at all. And you really have to be aware and engaged with what is changing and how it impacts the algorithms of what is reaching you as the consumers, what it means for words we can or can't say to get the most reach, whether we can or can't even boost a post, particularly as a government entity, because Facebook likes to tout that they are protecting, you from political interference. So on a local level where we have nothing to do with national politics, it greatly impacts us. So we have to stay well apprised of changes that are sometimes rolled out without any kind of announcement. And the Business Suite platform is one of those that was totally changed the experience at the very end of October.
Yeah, and it's, when they roll out new features, it's not always a smooth rollout, and I wouldn't call this a smooth rollout, unfortunately. But, so Business Suite is essentially a new portal that we as paid users now use to access Facebook. It's business.facebook.com. It's completely separate from standard Facebook. It looks different, it acts differently. It does have a range of features. There are tools that let you use Facebook features. It's not the same as those Facebook features. But it's been sort of like kind of slowly rolled out over the last month or two, and then sort of less mandatory in the last few weeks, or more or less mandatory in the last few weeks. It has streamlined several things in a way that's made them easier, and there are a couple of cool new things that are very good. I've included a picture of it's like a new post planner that I actually like a lot. And they have a new sort of like post creator that's good. So there are some good things that are nice about it, and I think.
But if that looks totally unfamiliar to you, that's just an example of when you log into Facebook, you see something completely different than this is what we see.
And you just have to figure it out. You just have to go, oh, that's what this is. This is how I use that. They don't like. It's not like when you log into a website, they're like, here's new Facebook, let us give you a tour. They just give it to you and you go, oh, so what happens if I click this? And they love to throw up a thing that's like, do you want to convert to the new thing now? Click yes or no, and they don't tell you what it is. It's like, it's terrifying sometimes. It's like a minefield. It's fun. I love Facebook. But anyway, so they've streamlined a whole bunch of stuff, for better or for worse. And it's kind of geared towards folks who are using Facebook in a planned, regimented, businessy way like we are. And it's got some new features. One of the main new things for pages is they are now treating pages like people. They are emphasizing that they want you to interact with other pages and other people on their pages in the comments. When you log in as a page on regular Facebook, you now have like a news feed that you can scroll through. It's a very different experience. They've changed the algorithm along with it. It was not a very smooth transition. There are things that are still kind of getting worked out. And with this, they've taken away a bunch of features as well. There used to be like insights below posts that aren't there anymore and things like that.
Yeah, they took away a lot of insights, which might be of interest to you, just as we track. You know, we're interested in tracking insights to see where people are coming from, how they're engaging. They've taken a lot of those insights away on our end and have acknowledged on the government end that there are reasons that we want to see demographic information more in detail, but as of this point, we have no promise of whether those will return or not. So a little more difficult to do some targeting and tailored communications when that stuff has all been removed.
And yeah, and this is all to say, I just am calling it a revolving door of features that, you know, they're adding a bunch of new things that are probably going to give us a lot of interesting new tools to do things that we haven't done yet, and probably explore some new opportunities. But at the same time, you know, it is sort of in where you log in one day and go to do something and it's just not there anymore. And you're scrambling to figure out what you were doing yesterday and how to do it today, and hope that you stumble on it in a different place. And it's so, I don't know, it's just been an interesting experience with the new changeover at Facebook. And it is just what it is. I don't know.
I don't have any control over it, so.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that they control the message also from, are we as a business or as a government? So
They
you
don't,
guys
they
said
they
we
don't
were-
make the distinction on the platform of business versus government in terms of how the platform operates.
Okay.
The only distinction that they make with regard to government versus business is when it comes to advertising, so paying to boost a post. So that they make a big distinction between. So we as a government page that talks about politics are very restricted in how we pay and whether we're even approved to pay to boost posts. If it mentions anything about, you know, I would guess hot key phrases would be citizen, city council, elections, voting. A good example is the Citizens Day event that we created. That ad was rejected this summer when we tried to boost Citizens Day in the park as a community event because it mentioned city council being there. So it was deemed or flagged by Facebook as involving politics and was not promoted. So there is a very lengthy process that you can go through on Facebook's end to get approved to be a political advertiser. It involves linking your personal real page to Facebook on your business
Yes,
account,
I would
which
like
is a
to-
problem with
I'd like
government
to let the
pages.
council know about archiving, a little bit about
Yes.
archiving and how if you go politically on your own Facebook page and start actually talking about city business, then you are required to archive that information. So we've come a long ways in our communications, and I was able to give at the Oregon Mayor Association, which we were able to attend because it was at the lull of the COVID, you know, in between the new variant, same with our Citizens Day. We are so far ahead of other cities, because we attend medium cities, which are 25,000 to, I think it's 5,000 or 7,000, might be 7,500. That's what is considered medium cities, and those mayors showed up. When I told them what we are doing and how we have 1.5 person for communication, we also have an IT person, they were blown away. And I said, it works very well with what we do. Also, we brought up archiving, and very few of them knew that they were liable for archiving anytime they're on their personal Facebook that you start talking about city business. That is supposed to be archived. Very different.
Yes.
Correct?
State rules that you have to archive if you're doing anything with social media involving politics or government.
Yeah.
That's part of the big issue with Facebook and government and the policies that they have set is that government's communicators are very reluctant to link their personal pages that deal with, you know, their personal home life outside of their work to their government page because it then falls within public records requests and archiving potentially.
Whole thing.
But if you want to pay to play to be in the game, to make sure that your city's Citizens Day in the Park post is boosted, they sort of created this catch-22 of having to do that.
So what that means is your whole public entity becomes a matter of public record if requested.
Potentially, yes.
Yes, potentially. So you'll see I have pictures of fish, fires, and just little random things that are not city related. That's why we as a council also took it upon ourselves to protect ourselves about 2 years ago. I think you were part of that, or direct our message through our communications.
Are those fish nonpartisan?
So they have a fin missing, so I don't know if that'd be most of them, so. So that was part of, just so you know, I mean, it's a legit thing. The archiving and
Yes.
public records requests. If you want to look into it a little further, I would suggest you do if you're confused.
I think it sounds like something that should be assumed
I mean,
based off of things that we've learned about
Yes.
keeping records. So thank you though
I mean, and that is true of, if you're using a phone, your
Right.
phone, personal phone for
Exactly.
city related stuff, it's true if you use a personal email for city related stuff, that all falls within. All to say, like, we like to keep things very separate as government employees, particularly staff members, when it comes to personal versus work. And Facebook makes that impossible. If you truly want to be able to use Facebook how you want to for work.
I think I recall you raised that issue some time ago when these things were first coming, that you intended to do some kind of change, but you were very, very hesitant.
Yep, and we've still resisted doing that, and any webinar I attend that has Facebook government representatives present talks about, they know that that's an ongoing issue, they're concerned about it. They know we don't like to do that in government, they're working on it, and there's never a resolution.
Sorry, Cameron.
No, I was just gonna say that in those webinars that we were attending that had the official folks there, it comes up every time.
Literally every time.
Quite a bit of length, and they've got their packaged responses there.
Crystal, pardon me for interrupting, but does that include the local sites like Four Cs, Concerned Citizens of Columbia County? Is that included in the archiving process as well?
They're not a government entity, so they're not required to archive anything. Where the archive issue would come into play is if you as counselors went on to Concerned Citizens and began commenting
That's my question.
on your personal page related to city stuff as a representative of the city, then yes, that would be required to be
That's
archived.
exactly my question. Thank you for the answer.
And then your entire Facebook though is open for a, once you cross that
Potentially, yes.
threshold,
Your
that's what I'm
personal
trying to
page,
make
yes.
clear here, that your entire Facebook potentially could be a public records request. Everything that has been said, once you cross that threshold, that's what I was trying to get across.
And it would be, I mean, it would go through a process where it would probably get reviewed forensically and be up to a DA or someone else to determine what is or isn't released part of that records request. But yes, I mean, anybody who's government staff or a government employee or elected official is just, we always caution, be very careful to keep your personal private page separate and apart from anything you do related to government work.
makes sense.
Moving on to the final slide. So what's coming up now and in the future? We just finished, we talked about the community survey. You'll be seeing in the next month or two, work with Rachel as we, you work on your strategic goals coming up, and we work to message out what the results of that survey were. The broadband survey is still going on, trying to encourage businesses. If you're a business owner here, please go take the broadband survey. We know it's long, but it's important that we get that feedback back about communities needs when it comes to low-cost, high-speed internet. We haven't yet advertised the Christmas trips and holiday events that are coming up. We know they're coming up. We have the details. We're sort of holding off until Thanksgiving passes strategically, but you should see some messaging coming out soon. We are doing a large, standard event this year involving Santa and tree lighting and the Christmas ships being here. Cameron will again work on transitioning the library's account over to fully taking that over. We'll see how that impacts over the next month or two workload on their end and how we need to adapt to assisting other departments with their needs. The Riverwalk project has a meeting coming up that we'll be advertising shortly to talk briefly about the regional PIO work group. What I did not mention earlier was I was voted as co-chair to that group, and I'm working with Jennifer Motherway, who at CRFR, who is the chair, as we sort of work apart from that group to get some documents in place. We're on hiatus over the holidays, but we'll start meeting again in January and hope to bring as many people to the table as possible as we start to really establish that group moving into emergency messaging that we anticipate again will rear its head again in the summer months. We always anticipate this time of year that we're gonna have some winter weather emergency messaging. So we have some templates that we create and work closely to make sure we know where our sandbag locations are, flooding, stay apprised of weather, share snowplow maps, etc. as needed. And Cameron and I will be discussing probably in December at some point, looking strategically into next year for communications. And that's all we have for you. Do you have any questions of us?
Got one. Once upon a time, you were kind of the head guru of FEMA. Are you still in that business?
I am the city PIO, which plays into, yes, FEMA and emergency response, yes.
In case of emergency, she's boss. That's what it means.
She
Of
sends the message.
communications.
She
Sorry, hold on a second. Of communication.
Crystals, I remember you, I had a number of certificates and a number of other FEMA activities beyond communication.
Oh, yes. I have taken many a FEMA course and several years ago actually attended one of the only two advanced PIO classes that FEMA held that were outside of Maryland. It's a week-long course that throws you into a statewide disaster situation as a team that you have to communicate out for a week, this crazy incident that occurs. But it's great on the ground training. It does require many classes that you attend ahead of time where you memorize government lingo and acronyms. Yeah.
How many certificates do you have? You ought to be patted on the back for the amount of work you did to get qualified.
Probably 17 or 18, to be honest, yeah.
That's beside this communications junk you do, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an emergency management silo for sure that's part of what we do here. And I would say that's, one of the key things that we hope never happens, but we always have to plan for and have a strategy for. Which ties into honestly a lot of what we do in establishing communication channels and making sure that residents and business owners and locals know where to go to get information so that when something like that happens, we're ready to go and we have a well-established platform with an audience that we can communicate out to. Because those are at the end of the day, those are the very important things when it comes to preserving life and safety that we always need to be ready for.
I got to sit in on one or two of the PIO work group sessions and just working on some of the key stuff. I don't know, it was that was some of the most interesting stuff that I've learned.
So
and
that
just, like,
group
learning a lot about it.
involves like all the fire and rescue agencies, police agencies. We're including school districts, city agency communicators. So like you won't hear about the group, but if you're a communicator within, PUDs, utilities, cities, counties, fire, police, schools, you'll be part of that.
And you're the co-chair. Good work.
Thank you, guys.
Good work.
Really a thanks to the council for the support of communications. This is something that's evolved over time. It started off as a halftime kind of an add-on, and then many communities don't give communications much attention at all, but we have the council supported that, supported the growth of that over time, and it really shows. I mean, it shows through all over social media and.
And it is detrimental. A lot of the cities are having issues with that. That was the conversation at the Oregon Mayors Association was part of that, was how do we get the message out better?
Well, that's always,
How do we
that's
engage?
always the goal too, right? I mean, we can never, I guess the problem with communications is you can never do it well enough. There are always people that will not have heard what is happening, you know, there's only a limited amount of staff dollars and time that you have. So how do you do it? How do you develop a plan where you do it well and you do it effectively to the staffing and dollar amount that you have available to you? But we can, yeah, always seeking to improve.
Good work. Thank you. So then, it's getting close enough to our 3:00, 10-minute break. We have a lot going on. But
There's a
we,
lot, we're pushing on the agenda. There's a executive session constraint with the attorneys has a hard stop around 4:00, so we can.
Well, let's make this 10-minute right now.
Some of that, but not to mean that you couldn't go out and come back in.
And we-
You know what I mean? When your ass doesn't drive, you sit in that chair.
No, we'll get through those two, I'm sure, before the fourth. 10 minutes. There's a 10-minute recess there. We'll on to our next item on the agenda, which is a tourism program debrief. John.
Yeah, if we haven't had enough tourism today already, it's, there's been a lot of tourism. But I have had on the agenda here a tourism program debrief. I also wanted to bring up our contractor, EPC, to talk about anything at some point. But my purpose here is to talk about more of a higher level look at tourism, how we do tourism. We've done tourism since, well, in 2002, we had implemented a transient room fee, and that was nearly 20 years ago. And most of that's been pretty not unsuccessful, really. There was very little revenue. It was managed, we hired a tourism director, which took out most of the funds and really didn't leave much left to do tourism and promote our community and do the fundamental job of tourism, which is, bringing visitors to town. That's what tourism fundamentally is about, is attracting people to town. So, a few years ago, we went to a different business model. I'd like to talk about some various business models that we've used, including having a tourism director, using a tourism committee, not having a tourism committee, those advisory groups, and why have audiences, rooms full of people when it's years ago it was like that. It's like that when it's unsuccessful. It's like that when it is successful. Why is that so? And it's really been, and I think we're on the good side of the problem. We have had success, and we're finding getting that to work right is much better than trying to create it from nothing. Which is where we've come from. And the city only has 2 hotels, and more recently, this Airbnb has come on the scene, and it's just a little vapor amount of revenue. And then Sand Island is something that also ETC helped along the city council. We get guilty revenue off of those as well. So it's not a lot, but it's meaningful, and it's an experience for people that come to visit. That sort of thing. But really, I see it as an issue of critical mass. And we don't, compared to our peers, we look at the city of Astoria, and we see Astoria brings in 1.5 million. Look at Seaside, they're like 2.5 million. So we have 100,000, 100 maybe netted out with the administrative fees, 110,000-ish by the time it goes to administration, maybe a little bit more some years. Even that, some of that's corroded because of some of the motels going to long-term stays. You're getting vouchers that make them exempt, so that we don't see that tax revenue coming in to invest into tourism and promotion of our community. And so I guess that translates to, with only 100,000, how are we going to be really strategic about what we invest in? And over time, we've just done that. We've hired the tourism director. We've had a committee. They've made a few investments around town that nothing really happens, nothing really grows. There's nothing to build off every year. And we're at a place where we changed that. We stopped having the tourism committee meet. We had to expand them eventually. The council designated myself, the city administrator, to work with a third-party contractor to produce events. That's not a complete tourism strategy by any stretch of the imagination. It's not all encompassing, but we're going to do a few events to try to bring people to town. Each year we've done that. One year, the first year that Marty came, and we actually pushed her off the first year thinking that could we really afford this? And then the next year we said, yeah, we'll give it a try. And it just exploded from there. It's grown every year. It's a little bit more, to the point where we've changed the business model as far as getting to a space where you're ticketing, and so there's really a lot there to share with the community. And the goals of tourism, and these are goals that have kind of developed over time. I'm not sure it's official anywhere, but it's about attracting visitors. It's kind of the primary goal. Supporting our local businesses and nonprofits is certainly a leader of the list. And even the revenue models, working with the contractor, that those investments that we make, we charge fees that she charges fees, because this is a third-party contractor relationship, but as there's a feedback loop with the council. That's a kind of a it's hard to, want to get in there and change things, but really there is a disconnect here with our contractor. That we can communicate and coordinate and try to come to some terms that work better for everyone. But that those revenues are, city isn't about making, it's about covering the expenses. It's not about making money. So we want the Kiwanis to do well. We want the, everybody that comes to town, all of our local nonprofits, all of our sticks and bricks businesses do well. That's the lens that we've got, not so much lining the city's tourism coffers as much as reinvesting back into the community. Because prior, the council would get all these requests every year for handouts for support their businesses and this and that. And then instead we, why don't you come in? Here's the fishing rod, right? We'll teach you to fish. And they've been really successful, I think, for a lot of vendors. But sort of getting to that point of sustainability and really, looking at what it takes to, using those very precious TLT dollars to get a big return on our investment. That's an important factor. And I think we've done that. I think there's certainly it's not perfect. There's a lot of opinions about things. There's opinions when it's unsuccessful, opinions when it is. And I think it's more about having a community conversation to try to get whatever we want to see going forward, regardless of who's doing it, is to get the model right. Have people come together, come to some common, we can do that. Yeah, again, provided a memo to the council to kind of evaluate that tourism program criteria and is basically comparing it to the city goals. And but I wanted to bring E2C up. Just a high level overview, perhaps. I think we've heard a lot today. So
It's a big day for tourism. Here we find ourselves again with Spirit of Halloween Town engendering itself to thousands of happy people that have discovered the beauty of visiting St. Helens. Expanding our offerings to the tourism community during the 2 years of COVID has definitely been a challenge with operational objectives to navigate. But we have had thousands of happy people. Many people return annually. A lot of them actually send us messages of encouragement and accolades and suggestions or questions that actually do influence our future offerings and events. And we have managed to stay in the black, even though that too has been challenging. We have more than 60 people that are actively engaged in just our side of making the event open. That doesn't include our vendors or other people that we hire through entertainment and things like that. So it's great to see those numbers increasing every year too. The first Halloween that we actively started to build, we had two people and no budget. The city should celebrate that continued growth and enjoy that it's really now pretty sustained success. And there is a definite need for, financial funds as we continue to endeavor to make this more than a one-hit wonder every year. At the same time, we want to increase the traffic of the year both on Sand Island and on city side and find ourselves in need of a tram and a boat and a few other things, which I plan on paying for so that we can meet the needs of our guests for 2022. Then we have the continued rental of the Masonic building and the main attractions that reside there that need to be continued to exist and improve. And we have to figure out how to fund those while we're adding new and creative ways to engage the audience, not just during Halloween, but like at different other times of the year. So in moving forward, our agreement goal says that we have to stay in the black. It's always said that. And I have to figure out how to raise all that money. That means it's going to be quite a few financial hoops to conquer to make that necessary, but it really is my plan to have that happen as soon as possible. We're currently running almost 40 days of large event activities, which surpasses major cities and clearly anybody that's in our population example. Most have much more tourism revenue, as John Walsh has just mentioned. And what E2C Productions does is create revenues to cover tourism costs without any increase in our hotel and motel tax. Our budget for producing Halloween events is, easily in the $400,000 to $500,000 range at this point in time. And the demand is going to be larger. So without the help of a consistent platform for engagement, this won't probably be possible. The season ends with many nonprofits and businesses having raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, sponsors that are extremely supportive of their involvement. And it really has been a pretty good year considering what the county and the country and the city has all been through. And again, we thank community partners that are involved like CERT, Kiwanis, Lions, dance teams, individuals, and Halloween enthusiasts that make everything possible. And, I think we should say thank you to the city staff, certainly, and the departments that keep everything in stride and engage in the vision for a positive outcome, even though really sometimes it's not their job. Another area which is going to receive additional attention for me, if I'm here, is how St. Helens is presented to our guests. With a new waterfront project and so many guests coming from out of town, I was really kind of saddened to see the First Street entrance was pretty unwelcoming. So with the approval of staff, we funded a cleanup on the end of South First Street. And we got rid of all those blackberries down there and bark dusted. And the plan is to continue in the future to weed that whole area and to also paint. And then another goal of mine was to just encourage the community to have pride in their streets by making them really inviting and pleasant and fun when people come to town. And we're also working on getting new banners when you go down Cowlitz so that we can announce that the waterfront project is coming. So I'm working with Crystal on getting the graphics for that together so that we can have an entrance when people come and go, what's that? Oh, look, cool. It's, that's where our city is going. So the other thing is that, I have to thank citizens who participate and do things like pick up garbage and pick up cigarette butts and pick up things that a lot of people don't notice or, really pay attention to. But when people come from out of town, they do pay attention to it. So having a clean city is important to me. This year we had 39 50-gallon garbage cans. We had 24 bathrooms. So I'm not sure what changed in the last 2 years, but we had no lines at the bathrooms here. So I think maybe we need to be better at communicating what's a public restroom and what's not a public restroom. What's, because we had no lines really at our bathrooms. I took photos at different times during the day, every weekend, just because I was like, I really want to track to see what are the peak hours of use. And we never had more than 8 people in line at our porta potties. So it concerns me that the restaurants are dealing with this. And we could have probably dealt with that, but I never got a phone call about the bathroom. So could we put more porta potties in other places? Yes, we probably could do that with just a phone call. But for the future, my goal is to have, commerce all year round, not just during October or during Sandcastle, but at other times of the year. So it's going to take some cash to make that happen, but I'm working on doing that. But did anyone have questions?
I have a question. How do you currently communicate with business owners?
Well, a multitude of ways. I mean, most of the time they send an email and we have.
So they communicate with you.
Well, Stephanie is the community liaison, so she's in communication with business owners all the time. And people stop me I'm here, I'm here all the time. People stop me, we have conversations. It's a very open door and fluid environment for that.
Not very organized though.
Well, we used to have organized meetings and no one showed up. Like we had an entire 6-week period of window at the beginning of the year in January, where we would say, anybody that wants a meeting, make an appointment. John's laughing because he knows like nobody makes appointments. They make an appointment with you when something is wrong, generally, or when they want information really quickly. They will just call me or text me. We get 300 and 400, emails a day during peak tourism seasons. So we're doing a ton of, outbound and responsive communication. But when people have a problem and then they don't say, hey, listen, what's going on? I can't react to it.
And then do you provide receipts?
Of course, they do invoices. Yeah, I don't, for anything that they pay for.
Or anything? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I find that, I didn't understand that. Because I wouldn't pay a bill if I didn't get an invoice, and I don't know who does really.
So, so I heard, Stephanie say, too, wanting to have a clean slate with the Halloween Town, et cetera. I think also though that we are having kind of a new beginning with our Main Street Alliance. Chamber of Commerce has been coming, reorganizing and getting more active. We have the economic team, and we have the shop local. And you mentioned your goal is to keep commerce going. And I see tourism as a part of that commerce, but obviously the Chamber of Commerce and our business owners are going to be the primary generators of commerce. So what is your plan to coordinate and communicate with these organizations?
Okay, well, of course, this past year has been different than any other year because we didn't have the parade. The St. Frederick's Harvest Festival didn't happen. The Children's Fair didn't happen. There was really no community involvement that typically happens during Halloween timeframe because they all canceled them due to COVID. And the Chamber of Commerce, we actually, in the past, did an entire program to draw people to the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce made like $8,000 that year. It was super positive. And then they decided that they didn't want that to happen anymore. So that was kind of a chamber decision. And I don't, the chamber is very, to me, kind of fragmented right now, where there's not consistent leadership within the chamber. So I think that just having the coffee clatches coming back for the first time in months is like something good that's kind of getting reorganized. So typically, the role of tourism is to bring the people to the town. How you get them to your business, that's up to you. I get them here, you get them through your doors. So, you can do that in various ways. In the past and traditionally, if you have something that you're doing that you want to try to raise money for, whether it's the Children's Fair or whether it's like a theater group or whatnot, those folks are all added to the main agenda, which is broadcast to everybody. Then when people come to town, if they choose to go to a theater performance or they choose to go to a harvest festival or they choose to have something going on that is special, then we promote that. So it's not about me, doing their business for them. My business is to get people to the town. Their business is to attract that group of people that come here. And, I would say that part of the challenge for the Holton district has always been that
a lot of the businesses don't want to be open on Sunday. So it's really hard to organize events where we're a weekend and we're going to be conveying to them that this is only available on Saturday. But we have done programs where we, had a trolley that went up there and dropped people off at the chamber building, and then people, walked along the street and had some goals and things like that. And we had, participation from some of the stores. But the challenge is always that they don't want to be open on Sunday. So that is a little juggernaut that is, somewhat difficult to promote and advertise when we're promoting a weekend event. So I think that there's a misconception that it's tourism's job to actually walk people in your door. We really don't do that. We bring them to town and then you figure out how they're gonna walk into your door. And that's one reason why, a tram is in the future, honestly. It's like, well, but if somebody ever does want to take advantage and do something, then we would, obviously support that. But it's like the parade wasn't there this year, the Harvest Festival didn't get done this year, the Children's Fair wasn't there this year. But I believe that the restaurants all did really well on the weekends, because when you have this many people in town, they're driving that way to come into town and to leave town. A lot of them are going up Columbia Boulevard. And I asked lots of them if they did well, and they said, yeah, we've been definitely busier. I know even like the Warren Country Inn was super packed on weekends, and a lot of people aren't going to wait an hour to get into a restaurant, so they dissipate and go to other places in town.
Can you tell us how you helped the celebration, the train station's 100th year?
Well, for sure we would promote it on Discover Columbia County's website and the Facebook sites, but that's a chamber event. Or I wasn't even clear who ran that event, but we promoted, their flyers and that kind of thing. But that's not really a tourism event. That's more of a community event, I would think.
Can you tell me about the beer trailer?
Well, we don't own or run the beer trailer.
You don't?
No. So that's run by a different group altogether. And actually, the council did approve open container. I know that the beer trailer.
Nights, right?
Well, no, for any events. And I know that the beer trailer.
That impression.
Yeah. Okay, but if you go back and look, you'll see it's for events. But so that's not our liquor license being used. We have no, responsibility for that. But I will tell you that I thought, it was my understanding at least, that there was 6 alcohol monitors that were charged with simply controlling no alcohol beyond this point. And it was my understanding that Brad actually thanked them for doing that. But now I question that because of what his statement was earlier. So
I just want to say on the, just so we're clear, on the 4th of July, we approved the tailgating area for alcohol in the plaza little area here. Is the only area that we have ever in my.
yeah,
We're
on the same page.
No, I don't think we are, because when you're walking out here on First Street with alcohol, that's not the same.
That's right. And that's not where the alcohol monitors were. They
So,
were at the end right here of the plaza.
and mainly it was for the tailgating experience is why this council, we all voted for it, I think.
Right, I didn't
Yeah,
think that applied to Halloween
Yeah,
Town.
Yeah,
I would
so,
have had different concerns with that.
so in moving forward, there needs to be, it's definitely is one of those issues that we have written down, so.
Yeah.
You know,
My understanding was.
Let me interject this for a little bit.
Okay.
What we kind of got going on here is we got kind of 2 different things going on, just because I'll let people know the history of what's going on, is that we have not only this event that has some hiccups, but we also have a tourism director who feels like it is perceived as being under attack. So we have 2 different issues going on here. I would rather get down to the nuts and bolts on a debrief on Halloween Town versus, and so this keeps going back because it has been on the radar for us. We actually had a special meeting at the rec center in April about this tourism. And it had been brought up a number of times throughout. And it's not just about this event. So this event just got over. I mean, we've had this reoccurring thing when you hear all these letters of testimony and stuff. I just want to give a broad overview. 13 nights, 4th of July, the Sandcastle, the Halloween Town. I'm not trying to stick up for Tina, but I'm saying that's what she's all in charge of. Do you like 13 nights? Do you like the bands? Do you like the atmosphere? E2C is in charge of that. The city has no participation in that. I'm just throwing that out there, what your 100 grand from this hotel tax goes toward, and why sponsors are very important to this. You know, it's about community service. We had Steve Toski show up and give testimony, brand new to our area. He's brand new to our area. If you've met Steve, and hopefully you do get the pleasure of meeting him.
I don't know if that's
Super
a fair
nice guy.
statement to say
Well,
the city doesn't have any oversight because we pay E2C.
well, I'm not
these
saying,
events.
I'm not
Correct?
saying that, well, so.
That's what you said.
I'm not here to micromanage. What I'm saying is that's where the hotel tax goes, and that hotel tax is not coming out of the city budget. That's another misconception, is that we could take it and put it towards parks, or we could put it towards this or that. Tourism dollars are dedicated for bringing in it's descriptive on what you can actually spend that money from the state. I just want to give an overview. I feel it's vitally important, this whole conversation.
And I appreciate that, and I think, and we heard, and I mentioned this to Stephanie in the break too. And several of the public comments to us, people brought up, why are we talking about this again?
Yeah.
And I have to say, frankly, it goes back, what I would say, the big lie that happened at the April meeting, where before we even got to our agenda, we had a number of people who castigated us attacked us for trying to get rid of Tina. And I think I made it clear, and Tina was not responsible for that. Stephanie was not responsible for that. But if we go back in the record and we hear people who spoke and have spoke on several occasions, it's always, why are you trying to get rid of tourism director? And I would say part of that though too also has to do with, I actually want to change my name to Snowflake up here because I think it might be the mealy mouth snowflake that's referred to in one of the testing. So I'm done being Snowflake. I also believe that at that April meeting, we requested a revised contract that would be produced in a couple of months. It's November, we don't have it. In July, some concerns about how the finances were, corresponded, et cetera, worked out, that the business fiscal year didn't necessarily coordinate with our fiscal year, and that this deficit really wasn't a deficit, it was covered, but that a committee was being formed to address issues, and that those would be presented to the council. It is November, and we have not seen a proposed revised contract, which very well would be Tina, but we haven't seen it. And where has been the report or the material from our city staff that has been working on this? And I do believe that's one reason why this has come back here in November. It came back in August or whatever, and that the big lie continues. Now Jessica Chilton, and it's deplorable the way one member of this community especially has targeted her and continually targets her and undermines her professionalism, undermines a whole class of people in our community who suffer with, struggle with addiction and need services. It's deplorable that there's a gentleman who's been allowed to repeatedly bring that stuff up. So I told myself I am not going to get fired up today. But I will tell you, I believe one of the reasons we are in this situation is that we do have, it's been put off, and put off. And we asked for, beginning in April, we asked for a revised contract. And in January or July, we were told there's a committee working that is coming along. And here it is, November, and we haven't seen it.
And for the record,
I
I don't hate
apologize
Halloween
for-
Town. I love Halloween Town. You have seen in your own letter that you presented from the local merchants that I go down there and I participate in these events. And Tina, I have nothing harsh to say about you. I think that we need to fix some problems.
Yes.
That is what we need to do as a team.
So that's part of the problem when you use the word team, is like, I want to just caution council what an independent contractor is. And that's where we run into the situation that we're running into. As an independent contractor, you can't tell me to change the color of the drape. You can't tell me to do anything.
So Tina, I'm
Give me
gonna,
a break.
I'm gonna hold you off right there, just because this is an internal thing that we're actually
Yes,
talking
I'm sorry.
about. And so I get your frustrations and I hear what you guys are saying. And again, what I know is that staff did drag their feet a little bit, but I did see a memo, which was pretty much a good draft resolution.
I was
that
told it was done, actually.
that John had sent out asking counselors questions. If we'd like to make that public record, I think we could. I think it's very well written. It asks the council certain questions about where do you see, what are your hopes for? And how many people responded to that email. I just read it and know that it has a ton of good talking points in it and questions and ways of tweaking it. And if you'd like to make, I would like to make that public record. Personally, that it was sent to each and every one of the councils to talk to John Walsh. You did not receive that email?
No, that's not from the staff committee that met.
But that's who's in charge of, so I'm gonna just say Mayor Peterson and Doug Morton would be the only person on here that appointed John Walsh over tourism. Okay? And Kate would be Keith Locke, and it would have been Judy Carlson, and it would have been Susan Kahn. That took tourism because it was filling and they had given money to the chamber and it had, again, Brady Freeheim was part of that. And it did fill. There's a long history with tourism that I had no clue of myself with the history. Bob Salisbury was 13 Nights, the foundation, they just slowly disbanded. Asked Bob about his experience with running 13 Nights and getting vendors involved and keeping that going. It's a good reference point right there. You guys see Bob all the time. His office is down here just asking about that. So the city had to grab that because it was in the black and bill it out.
And he was on that committee along with other people who basically asked for the city to take that over.
Yeah, so what we're talking about tourism right now. This is a great talking point. And Patrick, I appreciate you bringing that up. And I see that you do get emotional and I'm with you on that.
And I want to apologize, for, I could have stated, it could have been more blunt in a less emotional way.
But
I do feel it necessary to apologize for that also.
Sure, and the way that this came to about was about a bunch of letters that had been submitted about Halloween Town. It's kind of, in my opinion, a tacky way of going about putting something on, but it happened and it is what it is, and here we are dealing with it. And I just don't want to make this just about Halloween Town.
No.
This is about the tourism director. This is about a bunch of events that we're gonna have that Capiz has nothing. We absolutely have nothing. They wish they had what we had. And I'm not trying to brag, but they do. And they try, and they try, and they continue to try. But they don't have what we have. They don't. It's just the bottom line. I wish them well, and but they don't have it, and we do. So that's one of those things that is really difficult for me. I understand every issue is brought up. Bathrooms could be placed in banks, multiple banks everywhere. So this is me talking to him to talk to the contractor, because that's the way I really have it designed up. Okay. Yeah, maybe the Holton district we did actually when Simon Date was there, we did do some things, and then the new directors, there was 2 new directors, I think 3 new directors now, since him, I think, you know, throwing that out there, you know, we're not in charge of promoting the 100-year celebration of the chamber building. That was kind of, you know, the city has limitations on what it's doing too. And again, 4th of July, here we are, big question mark for each and every one watching out here listening today. We put it out. We wanted to hand it off. Anybody who wanted it, nobody stepped up. Who's gonna get the blame for the 4th of July not happening? Probably this lady in front of us.
No, we'll have it for you.
Or us,
No, I'll take it.
or us. But that's, you know, the city is very patriotic. It's a tradition that has only been missed once. And there's no funding source for it. There's no planning. I just gotta throw that out there just because somebody had brought it up and I wrote it down with a huge, along with all you guys' comment, 4th of July, question mark. Where are we going with that? You know, this is part of tourism. This is part of tourism discussion that we're having. Are we gonna continue to keep that as part of tourism? Or is the city expecting some other nonprofit to take it over like we had discussed, and that's where we went with it? But again, I do not want to have the finger pointed at me. Because I am saying 4th of July is not going to happen unless we give it back to our tourism program.
So for the record, what's the thing that you sent us, John, the staff committee report about tourism?
It was my opinions about how you could evaluate tourism.
So that did not come from the committee, is that
And-
correct?
But I
Want to clarify?
I'm the head of the committee, but no, it wasn't based off the committee.
Okay.
But I did want to point out that the current contract that we have is really not well defined. We have a number of events. It says we can do additional events so far as revenues covered or expenditures, but there's really there's no performance standards. There's no detail of what, you know, the city's responsibilities are and what the contractor's responsibilities are. And those are the things that I've been working on over the last, most urgently in the last month, to really understand, you know, what's, you know, city owns the event. We have opted for the business model where we're hiring a third-party contractor to operate the event. So we need to be pretty clear about what that relationship is, so it doesn't turn into something that's directing the contractor, telling them what they can and can't do while we've agreed to something, and that could get into a place we don't want to go. And there's other ways to do it. There's hiring staff to do it and lead those kinds of things, but it would be, you know, if we hired a tourism director to administer the event, issues in procurement and purchasing things and all the short-term employees, I mean, it would just be, this is the best model. We've kind of vetted that over time. And really, that if we can get that third-party relationship working well, then we're in a good place. And one of the things I didn't mention in my report earlier was, if you look at, you know, I have a conversation, you know, why is this so contentious all the time? So I start calling peers around the region and say, so what do you guys do about tourism? And they said, well, we don't do tourism. You know, we give our funding to this group or that group, and, you know, the chamber, the tourism commission, whatever. We, you know, we're in the business of providing resources and, you know, have fun, let it happen. And you know, we just don't have that luxury. We don't have that volume of revenue to be able to prop up our chambers and our Main Street program and to really make them flourishing and have a lot of depth in our bench. So we keep it pretty close to home.
Can I make a comment now? And I'm gonna come back a little bit. At one time, I'm gonna argue first with Rick. We do have a tax. It's a hotel tax. And the definition of a tax is a government agency has a mechanism for collecting money. That's a tax. Now, and this tax is dedicated for one and only one thing. That's correct. But trying to tell people it's not a tax, they lose you right there. This is a tax. It is a government agency, collects money for a specific thing in a specific way. It is still a tax. Let's not hide from that. Now, this money is just for tourism. And at one time, our tourism committee used to be fight night. We had personalities coming, going, and sideways. And so a lot of the angst that we have is long been around. At one time, we also had some big mills here that used to kick money in for this. And that put a couple kinkles in the road. We need people coming here for any reason, called tourism. Then we have this definition that you're not a tourist unless you come from more than 50 miles away. We didn't make that rule, but it's some of the silly rules that we have to put up with. We definitely have to come up with a system to get people here. Whether we have a schedule when the Moose have a weekend to bring somebody in, somebody from Elks has another weekend or whatever, it's gonna take coordination, and it gets to be a complicated job. Now, at one time, we had fireworks, we had a bunch of guys set some stuff up on the island, and away we went. Then we had 9/11, and the rules came horrendous, and the understanding what you had to do got real deep. So we've been hit with a number of glitches along the way, which we have never sat down, sat on our hands and say, okay, what do we gotta do now? The fact that our contractor doesn't tell us everything is the way we wrote the contract. That's a mistake, as John just pointed out, the contract is not really that well put together. We're not really arguing about not doing it, we're arguing about how to do it the right way. Let's get that in mind. Some of it is how we spell definitions. Some of it we just have had the world change on us. Is Tina doing a good job? No. Why? Because she didn't do this and this and this. Well, that's under the contract. She don't. I mean, this is where we're at. We're shooting at the fog.
Or if she's doing a good job, why this, and this?
That's right.
It's defined, it's definable.
Now,
And so,
another thing that gets people upset in this town is they see city workers help putting this together. Good. Well, the city's paying those workers. Is it possible to transfer money from tourism to the city for city time? Don't know. But it gets people upset. And we've got to figure out some way to get some of these things so people know what's going on. And we're not doing that. Tourism, let's say we have a ferry here. We got people coming in every day. How do you get them off the boat to go to the rest of the town? You need something else. It's called tourism. Is it, well, those people came from Scappoose to cross the river. Ah, can't go. It wasn't 50 miles away. I mean, we built some of our problems ourselves. Let's start cleaning up these stupid problems. And they all kind of seem to not fit. But it all started off with personalities a bunch of years back.
Yeah, and I just got, so I got a little history too, because I am familiar with the Fourth at least. One event that the city has always been, at least carried insurance and helped with transportation of fireworks, so the city's always been involved in that tradition. The Christmas.
Yeah, but they changed the rules on fireworks.
That's quietly, so no, that has nothing to do with changing the rules. Still the same rules apply.
Fireworks in the river.
Topaz, I just helped out with that. Trust me, they still apply. So again, I would hope that people would not be upset when they see our left truck here, but the big balls that Shedco had made for lighting for Christmas, which she's in charge of. Again, that was one of those events we didn't talk about, Christmas ships, getting the Christmas tree up and stuff like that. I hope people won't be too upset that our city workers are gonna be helping out with setting those balls up on these big trees and the stringy lights that come down to the plaza.
they always have.
Always have, but I hope people don't get upset about that, because I just heard Councilor Topaz say there's lots of people that are upset in our community when they see our city workers out here doing these things.
you know, maybe not do that.
That isn't what I said. I said they don't know what's going on.
So,
And that's what we've got a whole lot of, we don't know what's going on, and that always gets people upset.
So it's really muddy, it's really
That's right.
gray, it's really gray, and there want audits on all this too. I mean, that's one thing the council wants is audits, and it's hard to sometimes audit some of those type of things. So, and again, I'm not against it, an audit, but, well, so who do we put that on? Is it a city employee who audits it? Or is it the contractor? Because if it's the contractor, you might as well add probably another $30,000 to her contract, or his, or whoever is new, to hire an accountant that they can take all their stuff and go like this and be held accountable to the
It's an
city.
outside source that audits it.
Well, absolutely, but she's still gotta put it together. The contractor has to put it together. As far as audit form. It's up to me to produce the information to all and make sure it's in its right category to the IRS, because I was 13 and owning my own business. And I have to have 13 different categories that I have to hold accountable, and I have to hold records for 7 years on that business as well.
Right. Which you
So.
can present to somebody at any time.
So for, again, a reason I do it is because I'm a small business owner and that's what we do, right? He probably hires a CPA to help him out. Correct? Okay, so no different.
If he does it, I'm saying, it's still common.
But we might as well add some more money to the what we're paying the contractors if we're gonna add that to the description, I think.
The inventory and all the props is the city's ownership, so it would be us auditing, not the
Okay.
Yeah, the city owns the event, owns the props. We're hiring a contractor to run those props. Where I'm at, the committee, I'll say just where I'm at, is working on it's either gonna be a revised contract or it's gonna be the existing contract with a memorandum of understanding that is an addendum to that contract that clearly defines the city's role, the contractor's role, and any other performance expectations that the council might have. And I think there's an opportunity to hear a lot of what we've heard today and incorporate some of those elements into that. And I think a lot of things are actually already being handled, and I think there's some more to come here in a bit. We move on to the next subject, which is tourism again.
Yeah, so John, and I will say that these two counselors are right, and I know you got a lot on your plate. He does, this is our city administrator, waterfront, I mean, everything comes at, but we need to get this.
No, I own this, yeah. no,
Yes, this is on you. Definitely
And I
on
think it
you.
would be helpful to hear from others, not just John Wall, in my opinion,
Well,
if they're willing.
others, the other staff.
Yeah.
Now, there's another thing that happened, Rick. In the old days, when we collected money, say for fireworks, there was a canister at the end of the cash register, and people threw their extra change in. Now they use their plastic, and there's nothing to throw in the canister. Now, in a lot of places, when you buy a ticket electronically, you start registering what's going on, and you would assume when the office says to the guys, okay, take your snowplow and go down Second Street, we have an electronic order that goes out, or electronic record. With the new bookkeeping systems, a lot of stuff can be done automatically as compared to have to go out and get it. And this is how you write the contract, what's available, because a lot of the monies that we used to collect, say, for fireworks, the way people spend cash doesn't exist anymore. The world changed. We gotta come up with some things that handle the change. And in the same way, we keep records on everything else.
Okay, so I'm gonna, is there any other questions for John on this discussion?
No question again, but I do want to again personally apologize, John. I have in my intent to speak with you, Drake, a little bit to ask about the status of these things. And I do appreciate the work you do, and I apologize for the manner in which I presented.
All right, thank you, Tina. We're gonna open up our next, Spirit of Halloween Town vendors concerned, Nicole.
Oh, it's sitting for a while. Hi. Went for a while today. Before I sit down, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone here for giving us the time to discuss our concerns, and just to give some comments. I've heard a lot of defensive comments about apparently what we've brought up. The intent of our discussions were not to cause any ill will. This is not an attack. This is not anything for anybody to get defensive about. In our minds, it's a very constructive thing. We all got together, made a proposal, and are presenting that to you guys. So I don't want people to take things personally, as far as, because just personally, Tina has supported our group. And I have seen that there has been some backlash on BSA, which I'm not here on behalf of BSA. I am a representative of BSA as one of the vendors, but and this isn't just for this year's vendors, this previous year vendors. We weren't able to participate this year, but that doesn't mean that we didn't have anything to say about it. So I just wanted to be clear that this is not an attack. This is not, we, as a group, a lot of people had some concerns, so we decided to get together and discuss it and come up with some possible ideas.
Which was your perfect right as citizens, business owners and residents to gather.
Right.
And
We just want to be
present
heard.
concerns. So that's what I've always understood your intent is to.
Yeah.
discuss.
Instead of having like 20 vendors back here yelling and screaming, they're different issues. It's better to have one voice that we all, came together, had some discussion, so. That's it. I know that I was asked, who was part of our group. Here's most of us who have been in this group. There have been some participants that would like to stay not named due to potential backlash. And that's the other thing we're trying to avoid being looked at negatively after this. So like I said, our overall, we discussed the needs of not only our community and our vendors, but the visitors and the city as well, so we can understand what everybody needs as their part. And we actually came up with some ideas in other areas besides vending. So the main focus was the vending, but we had other suggestions to add as well. And the contracts that had came out recently, yes, we are aware that a lot of people in our group may have re-signed their contracts, but it's been told to me that the reason why they did so was they were afraid that they wouldn't be put in for next year. So wanted to make sure that they got it in when they were asked to get it in. So, so our request is to have a discussion on those contracts to see if they can get changed for next year's with maybe hopefully some of the proposals that are in agreements, because to us a contract is an agreement between two parties, not just one. If we can negotiate between the vendors group and people in charge and have the contracts redone for next year, that would be great. Okay, next one. I went over the contract a little bit. That was one of the requests from our group. They wanted to know what her current contract was and how it affects us. And so I pulled some of the things. It is very general. It's not very specific. But we did see some things in there about, supporting the local merchants, improving the community identity and livability. And then embraces the spirit of Halloween Town. Seeing a lot of and hearing a lot of comments that, yes, overall, a lot of people enjoy the event. There have been a lot of negative things as well said that we feel maybe there's some areas of improvement that could happen as far as we aren't professionals. We don't know the whole thing between Disney and stuff like that, but we feel like there is a way we can embrace that more movie-like experience when they do come here, because I think that's what a lot of people are looking for, is actually being in Halloween Town. Advertising, we know it was a big issue and it did affect the vendors as well. the reason why I said, should not advertise as general admission, because it's deterring people from coming in. If you, basically the way it was advertised this year was general admission was this much, purchase your ticket. So people didn't feel like they could come down and enjoy the event because they couldn't afford to pay for it. So just the way it was advertised might be better said as general admission is free, donations always welcome. I don't know. In the advertising, put more of like a calendar of the days of the events. And if there was like the events that they had, I think they had like there were 3 venues that were combined at a price. Still advertise that, but don't have that be as the general admission. Just put it as a part of the event. Is you can purchase these ahead of time. You can include it, but I wouldn't put out there that general admission costs this much, because I think that, just like I said, it deterred people from coming, because a lot of people understand this event is usually free. So anyways, okay, so vendors specifically, we all went over the pricing. It's been kind of a larger issue with all the vendors. This year seemed to be more stable on the cost and what people paid. But from years past, it has been quite different from vendor to vendor. And like I know for our group, it quadrupled in price. And so we discussed what we thought would be more beneficial for vendors and more encouraging more people to come, is not have such a hefty price on the vending fees. Because like normally, we researched the average cost for a food truck. It ranges from about $800 to $1,000 for a month to put on a lot, and that includes utilities, electric, water, things like that. The current price of Halloween Town to participate for a 10 by 10 space was $1,150, which is over what a month would usually cost a vendor. A lot after further talking, the group wanted to see the nonprofits like percentage off in different categories. So like anybody who's a nonprofit would get like 30% off the vendor fee. If you're local, you would get a percentage off. Basically creating that atmosphere of letting people be able to afford to come and be part of the event. Because I think it would be good to bring in more nonprofit organizations and more local people to come in.
Can I ask you just a question on the 800 a month for the food truck? Is that this for like standard rent anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was, so not events, but just standard rents.
Yes, for like month long.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you found that comparable for some reason? I'm just asking why you found it comparable.
Well, for a month compared to weekend events, I understand that this is a bigger event that we do. So I understand, I keep saying but we understand that it should be an escalated price, but not. We think that there should be discounts and.
Sure, I was just wondering where you were trying to use that as a comparable, and you said yes, so that's why I was just asking, because I don't do events either. I don't know what it costs to.
Well, I didn't either, so that's why.
I have no idea.
It seems like a lot, so that's why we did look into it,
That's the reason I'm asking. Put it out there.
So basically, we all felt that nonprofits should, like local nonprofits it would be nice to have them get a 50% discount on the vendor fee. They thought that was more than fair. So what we had decided was to make the nonprofit itself 30% and then the returning and local 10%. So that equals 50% off would be for like the total discounts for a nonprofit. Cooking, so there is this big difference between what's in our contract when we sign up, when we say food versus non-food, because the cost is significantly different. So for some people, it's prepared food is supposed to be, or we understood it to be non-food because it was prepackaged, prepared. But in some instances, it's if you prepare it on site, it's considered food, or so it's very not clear as to what defines the cost there. So we would like to propose that a food vendor would be, if it requires a county permit to sell the food, then it should be considered a food vendor. Because we also have to get, if you're gonna sell food, you have to get a county permit to do so. And so that's what, as a group, we propose that that's what we'd like to see. And for a lot of us food vendors, it is hard to stay in a 10 by 10 area. Just so they would like it at the current price of the $11.50, but for a 2020 space. And that was from our discussion. And then
I didn't get that. For what kind of space?
so currently it's for $1,150 you get a 10 by 10 space.
Right.
But a lot of food vendors do have trailers and they need the areas outside to cook with fryers and things like that. And they can't get everything into that 10 by 10. And they feel it's unfair to, so that's why we think it's better to have a 20 by 20 for that.
Okay,
current size.
that's what I didn't understand, 20 by 20. Thank you for clarifying.
So just hoping that that we can be heard on these things. These are what we agreed on as a group that we all thought would be fair pricing wise. As far as the dates go, we have noticed that the first 2 weeks in September, because the event is now 6 weeks long, or so it'd be the last 2 weeks in September. For most of us, it's a loss of profit, not a gain in profit. And proposing that those weeks be taken out of the Halloween Town contract, but more of a fall festival area. And a lot of people have said that they have less availability in September weeks as well, as far as having people there and stuff like that. So that would be another suggestion. Organization wise, there's been a lot of struggle with so having the current vendor coordinator is not always available, and it's hard to get clear direction from this person. One of the things that they would like is to have somebody on site who always knows where they're supposed to be, what they're doing, what's any question they should be able to answer, because you have people running around looking for somebody and they're not always available, and it makes it hard on where direction you're going to go in. Currently, the contract that we do have indicates that the vendor spaces need to be paid for. That is not happening and has not happened. It makes it difficult when vendors pull in with their trailers, don't know where to go, have to find the person in charge who, again, is not always there. It's just kind of a chaotic scene until things start going, and then there's always moving around during the event. So I think, having all that clear and, you know, if it says it in the contract, I think that we should, you know, have that happening, that this is your spot, this is your spot, this is your spot, and that's where it's gonna be. What food can have to sell, okay, so there's sometimes some issues with products that vendors would like to sell. Currently, and we agree this is how it should be, is that the whoever sold what the previous year should have first dibs on selling that same product. But we would like to have like a deadline on that, maybe like 2 months prior, so that way we all can maybe, if we can add more to our venue if we would like. If someone decides they can't show up or do it or whatever, that, you know, it's open to the rest of us to sell. I know this has been brought up, but would like to have schedule possible meetings before the events, so that way we're all in the loop on what to expect before the event happens. There, you know, we get approached by customers all the time, what's going on here, what time is this, you know, we have no idea what's usually going on. But I think a meeting beforehand would help have an open discussion about expectations during the event and things like that, and make everything out in the open and clear. Friday has been noted as an option to sell, but issues that have come up is that the parking lot is not available to park in for the vendors. So if that is an option, then we would ask that the parking lot be closed off if that's something that we can do. If the parking lot can't be closed off, then, you know, then it maybe shouldn't be an option, you know, to have us come sell on Fridays. Because then, you know, again, you're having to move, but if you come in on Friday night and you're somewhere, but your spot is, somebody's parked in your spot, so you can't use till the next day, you're gonna have to move all your stuff to the next spot, and it's just, so if you wanna open it up to Friday being an option to sell, you know, making sure that those are closed off ahead of time. Having all the food vendors in one area, so it was felt this year that there was preferential treatment to one of the vendors because they were in a different area during the event selling food, and others found it to be unfair and like all the vendors to be in the same area. So that was. So the next slides are more of suggestions we have. Like I said, the main part of it was for the vendors. But so like, we know that there's been a lot of upheaval in the community as far as the parking and the people coming and being in their street and putting garbage on their lawns and this and that. And I think that, or we thought it would be good to have a community meeting before the event, discuss any concerns that people have, you know, maybe the city stepping in and helping out with, you know, making like the signs that on the highway, making it more visible as to where the parking area is, because there wasn't anything on the highway this year that specified, you know, follow these signs, this is where the event parking is. Maybe it's also been brought up that there's been local visit churches and maybe the schools, if they want to do some sort of a park here, we'll transport you to Halloween Town, you know, in a funny school bus or something like that, you know, just as an experience. So to help take that relief, all the cars being put into the neighborhoods around the area. Okay, so ensuring more community involvement. So I know that it said that this event is open to everybody, but maybe proactively going to schools and things, and some things that we were talking about in a later slide to bring in more more things for people to do while they're down there, like maybe not a carnival rides, but carnival games or something, you know, and have like schools have the opportunity to put on some games down there, or, you know, having the theater groups do, wearing some costumes or putting on a little production or something like that to entertain people. And that, you know, just, I think bringing in the community more to help out, I think would be great. And then having the music reviewed prior to performances being done, because there was one song that was brought up that had sexual content in it, and they didn't believe it was family friendly. So things like that, and having maybe hired security instead of having to call the police in when something happens might be a good idea. Okay, next one. Okay. It was brought up earlier that apparently you can't hire people to wear costumes. I don't know why that wouldn't be possible, but you know, I understand that it's very costly to have the actors come in and do things, but like I said, if we involve our communities, like our schools who want to like do a reenactment of the pumpkin lighting, or, you know, something to make it more movie-esque. I don't know how, like I said, you just make it not tied to Disney, more of a theater group that's performing something. Like, again, these are just suggestions. The Enchanted Forest thing, that was a suggestion too. I know they do animatronics at Enchanted Forest. I know Enchanted Forest has struggled this year. It was just a suggestion, something that, you know, it'd be cool to have an animated Benny in there. You know, having more help in the haunted house. The reason why the party was brought up is because last year there was like a Halloween party event at the end, and I thought it was kind of successful. It turned out pretty good. It was a more opportunity to get more revenue in, so. And there was a issue with, there was one weekend where they closed early, the event. I'm not sure what the reason was on that, but that was something that the vendors spoke out about too, that, you know, if there should be no reason to be closing early on a weekend, you know, especially since they've paid their fees and are supposed to be there and vend and stuff like that, so. I did have, there were a few grievances. I told them to give it to me in a letter instead to give to you guys, so we didn't make it so out and to everybody, but I only got one before the meeting, so I'll just give this to whom should I give this to? Okay, so this is like just a personal grievance for one of the vendors about it that happened on it. Okay, I think I covered everything. I tried to go as fast as I could.
You just, you're very patient.
So if there's time left, I wanted to see if anybody else wanted to, if there was anything.
Staying open later.
Huh?
Staying open later.
Staying open, you wanna stand up and come up here?
So, Nicole, you're actually, you're supposed to be giving the presentation. If you wanted to, you can go ahead and speak right now, but how this works is you're the representative and we don't call.
Okay.
You don't have the power to call people up to my meeting. That's just-
Okay.
Go ahead though.
I don't know how this works.
That's okay. State your name for the record.
My name is Gordon Corda, and I'm a small vendor with Sweet Betty Sweets. But we did discuss the idea of, since it is a Halloween, since it is kind of assumed as a nighttime event, that starting that early in the morning, 10 o'clock, and being done at 6 is kind of not the way to do it. I mean, we're there Makes no difference for us if we leave at 6 or 8:30 or 10, because we're there, so we're gonna stay. But a lot of people come down, you know, they have dinner and then they come down, well, everything's starting to shut down. To us, that made no sense.
I think that,
And it's not just the vendors, I mean, all the other brick and mortar stores, you know, they count on that traffic too. So if there's more vendors stay open, people continue to stay down by the riverfront there. But if they realize that nothing's open, they leave.
yeah, people come into town and I think they get disappointed when the pumpkin lighting doesn't happen while they're here, like, and we feel that it should happen every Saturday and, you know, stay open late, because I think it was a few years ago, even I noticed that people were still down there after 10 o'clock at night that were loving that pumpkin, so. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for the councilors to ask questions of Nicole.
I don't, stop, I'll start to maybe, well, anyway, no, I just want to thank you for this. I was not aware of issues, you know, what it's like to be a vendor and all that. I also know that Stephanie had asked for some time to respond to, and I do that, but I do believe that it, you know, as I understand it, this was more informational for us. It sounds like these are a lot of things that we're not gonna be making decisions on, because that is a contractor, vendor, and I know you understand that. But I do appreciate the fact that, you know, you presented the information. And, again, I find it unfortunate that one of the other people in a public comment, you know, thought that your presentation was ill-conceived and kind of attacked you for your opinions on things. But I think this is part of the dialogue, it's part of the educational process. So I applaud those of you who are here. I hope that you continue to feel free to, you know, let council know, but of course, yes, I would trust that our local liaison, our event coordinator, is going to be open to hearing these things and dialoguing with them and in a professional sort of way, you know, listening, maybe not coming to agreement, because I know that's how business works, but no, I applaud you.
Yeah, we would like a working relationship to make the, you know, to talk back and forth about what we think is more.
So I applaud you. It's the right of every resident, whatever, present issues to the council, either beforehand or, you know, asking like you did on this. So I applaud you and those who put this together. Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick is exactly right, and he hit the nail on the head when he basically said that, you know, you've come forward and very appreciative, especially, you know, the last comment about staying open later, whatever, those things make a lot of sense. But this group right here doesn't have anything to do with that. This guy right over here does, and she does. And so it's up to you folks as a staff and as participants to get together and have those meetings and have that understanding. So that's the way I see it. That's the way I feel. I'm glad that you're here because I understand more of the components and all the little intricacies that you're dealing with. So that gives us a perspective when we have to make decisions, big decisions, about where this is going to go. Is it going to go 8 weeks? Is it going to go 5 weeks? Is it going to, you know, those kinds of things. And I just appreciate you coming forward, but know that, you know, we can't make these decisions like right now and say, yeah, go do this and go
Right,
do
and
that.
we knew that going in, and that's why we had asked how do we go about doing this?
I
And
hope I
it
was clear.
suggested to come here and discuss it. So.
Thank you.
The thing we do is we accept the contract and the details of the contract. So the rest of it gets done by other people. The council only can accept the contract.
Very detailed, that's what I will say about your presentation. That's all, and that's, you know, very thoughtful. I will agree with the rest of councilors and appreciate you presenting to us.
And as a citizen, as an elected official on behalf of you, it is our job to make sure that you feel heard. So I appreciate you coming here today.
Or us as a group,
Yeah.
not
Well,
just me,
all of
but
you.
it was the whole, yeah.
That is our job. Thank you.
I was just gonna say that the council does have a tremendous amount of
Yes.
say in this, with the approval of contracts and what you was contracts to say, and things of that nature. I
Sure.
would say that it all applies on my head.
I don't-
You're the policymakers, right? You.
John got a flush, he got red, he got nervous.
Yeah, no, okay, John, yeah, no, thank you for clarifying that, John, yeah, but when it, yeah, when it comes
That's
out.
right. Okay.
Okay, we got it, thank you, John.
All right, Nick, is there any other questions for Nicole? All right, I'm gonna allow Stephanie just to come up here for a little bit. Thank you for presenting.
Do you want me to answer questions from her or just?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay,
No.
okay,
Thank
all right,
you.
thank you guys.
Okay. It is good when people come and they share their concerns, because then we all on the same page and we can get them dealt with and we can move along. As you were saying, with clean slate. The first thing is Mayor Scholl, you said, talking about it being a brick and mortar space, and that's a very astute observation because events are much higher. The Rose Festival, for example, they are 2,500 and 750. Fairy Worlds Festival for like 3 days is comparable. 2 years ago, they were like at 2,300, and that's for 3 days. We offered 14 vending days. And so we're really very competitive. As a matter of fact, I had this conversation, I think it was next to the last week. And this gentleman came up and he said, so how do I get to vend food here? And I said, well, we sent out these contracts and gave him the spiel. And he goes, well, how much is like a 10 by 10? And I said, 11.50. And he goes, oh, 11.50 a week. And I said, no, for the entire time. And he looked at me and he said, are you kidding me? And I said, no, it's all 7 weeks. So it depends on what market you're used to dealing with. This fellow happened to produce food shows for Food Network. And he just moved to Portland and thought this would be a great place to start up his food truck. So that was pretty exciting. With a concern about moving vendors, I always try to let everybody know that we're probably going to be moving you at one point. We moved everybody up onto the blacktop when we ended up getting the swamp. And I think Councilman Berkeley was there for that weekend. Yeah. To try to get them out, because the dangerous part is they're losing product. We moved someone else when there was a concern that the fires would, the smoke would contaminate their product. We don't want anyone losing product. They lose product, we could lose a vendor. So we moved them on that occasion too. And it was a very stressful time because quite often if somebody's business isn't working one place, we try to work with them to find out, okay, is it price point? Is it where you're located? Is it how you're set up? Do we need to turn you a little bit? And sometimes it can be fixed just like that. So we also had a vendor that had to be moved because she had post-traumatic stress disorder from Afghanistan. She was a medic. And when the pirates came, she just said, hey, it's no big deal, but I'm going to need to be further away. No problem. So we moved her and she was fine. But you have to do that sort of thing. On the Friday night thing, we came to the conclusion ourselves that Friday night should not be an option. But unfortunately, it's not that simple because you have double food booths who need to set up. And if I have them set up at 8 in the morning, they're not going to be set up until noon, and ready to go. And they're going to lose all those sales. So the alternative is come in at 7, your space should be ready there. This year, we didn't have the spaces clearly marked as we like. So we're going to a new format. And I explained that to several people at the end, so by the time they come in, we're going to have the sheet and they will know what their space is. But again, you sometimes have to go ahead and move that. We did have meetings pre-COVID. And I think the last one we had was, I want to say May of 2020. And, you know, I appreciate the comments on the events like the haunted house. The problem that you run into in the haunted house is we get so many compliments because people say their children weren't terrified, they were surprised, or they were, you know, and there's exit doors all the way along, so people can take their kids out. Beaver Home Grange is a great example of a wonderful, like scream in the dark type of haunted house. They've been doing it for years. Tina and I have spoken to the fellow who does them numerous times. But unfortunately, it doesn't play well in Halloween Town because we're a family event. So we have to be conscious of that. We do the best we can. And pre-COVID, there was an adult haunted house and a child's haunted house. With a concern about the hours, everybody is aware per contract that the power remains on till 8:30. That being said, if they've still got a crowd at 9 or 9:30, the power stays on. Nobody gets their power cut. The fact, and I think, and Tina could probably tell you why we cut at 6 o'clock. I think that again had, you know, that was COVID hours. We don't do pumpkin lightings every weekend because we found out sales were better, revenue is better when we reserved that as like a big opening and a celebrity type thing. So she's probably got a better grasp of that than I would. Because that's kind of an event type thing. As for me not being available, I was there all 14 days. The only time I left was of the big storm. I had 2 witches that were soaked to the skin and they had walked, so I had to get them home and they were cold. So I went home and changed myself because I was cold. And let's see, the only other, I was always available, everyone has my cell phone because, and as I was explaining to Councillor Berkeley, by the time somebody has contacted me from, hey, I'd like to vend, to they get to the site, they usually have about 25 to 30 points of contact with me via email, text, and phone. So we generally know each other fairly well, and usually as they're driving over the hill, somebody's going to get lost. So they call me, how do I get in? And I, you know, bring them on in. So my phone and email are very available. It's not uncommon for me to get emails at 11 o'clock at night or phone calls. The only other thing, parking, to mention that, to remind everybody, that was included in the cost. And to clarify the issue and how that was reimbursed, they were told online, and we told them in our booth, and I'm sure everybody else did, if you purchase $15 from a vendor, it's basically validating your parking. You show the receipt on the way up and your parking's free. And that seemed to work pretty well. I didn't hear of anything going terribly wrong. Of course, I think it's Holly Havey runs the CERT parking. And so, you know, she has them pretty well handled. They know what to do. For community outreach and costumes, I had anywhere from 15 to 20 witches in costume. And usually they would arrive about 12:30 and stay until about 2. I would change myself. And they actually did so much in community outreach. We had children that were multi-handicapped that, you know, we went up and talked to them. Liam comes to mind. He was about 15 and his mother was just delighted because we came and talked to him. We danced to him when he was in the crowd. We had a chance to go, you know, there's one part in the dance where we prowl and we would all stop and we'd go, oh, we're so glad you came to see us today. And kids would then come out to do the Cupid shuffle and they would always find a witch to grab onto. And parents loved it, parents joined in. So that was a wonderful thing. But the most important thing that I saw happen was that we got a call from the Chamber of Commerce. Hey, can witches come up and dance for the 100th anniversary? So they did. I had to stay, but they took off and they did that. And then a couple of weeks later, one of the nursing homes asked if the witches could come and dance, but they closed down the residence. So what the ladies did was they danced outside of the windows all around the building several times. And that's the kind of thing you want to see. you know, and I'm so proud of them and the lengths they went to just be part of the community. And the best part is that the Witch Book page has tripled. It was like a little bit over 100 when we started, and now it's 380. And a lot of them were people that came and danced with us from the crowd. That's really all I have, the points. And so if you guys want to ask questions, please do.
No, I don't have any questions, but I guess it does seem that I appreciate your expressing the points of communication, but I think like Crystal mentioned earlier, no matter how much we try to communicate, it doesn't all get through. So I just, again, hope that there'll continue to be dialogue and dialogue about this with, I know you will take into account what you have heard.
Yeah.
So to improve that outreach is my hope, my belief that you would do that as community liaison. So I don't have any questions.
What are your thoughts on the pre-vendor meeting that was proposed tonight? Do you think that's a good idea?
Pre-vendor, I think so. I think it would be more effective as Zoom because we have so many vendors that live, you know, a couple of hours away.
Right.
And, you know, Zoom has become indispensable, really. And I think a lot of people, like they get home and it's like, oh, you know, I have to go out to a meeting. So it helps in that. And as Tina was talking before, when we would do merchant meetings, they would come if they had a question or, you know, something was troubling them. My favorite meeting on that was within 2 hours, Tina found solutions to 2 problems that had really upset 2 people, 2 merchants. And it was a simple fix. It was like you were saying, communication.
Yeah.
And that's so key. And she fixed it right away. So yeah, there's a lot of value in that. I also would like to do a debrief, and we generally do one of those in January as we're setting up for next year. This year we went to pre-contract very quickly, and the reason we did that was just so that the people that had vended those foods before were able to go ahead and say, yes, I'm coming back and I want the same bill of fare that I had last year. And that ended on the 15th. And so, you know, people, if they just called me and said they wanted in, then that's good enough. You know, I could put that down until they could actually mail it in. Yeah, I think the communication is important. We try to stay open, but a lot of times, as you guys know yourself, when things are coming at you fast and furious, you've got 40 emails. And if somebody doesn't get in that 40 email chain, then things can fall through the cracks. And we like to try to make sure they never do. But as we get closer to any of the events, you know, it's really get your roller skates on because you're going to need to speak.
All right, thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Just a second, and then we'll go on to our next item.
There's more.
There is more. We have a 5:30. We will be getting pizza here shortly. It'll be a working eating 5:30. So yes. All right. Our next item is discussion regarding council code pass censure resolution, which comes up in 2 more days, I do believe. The 19th, is correct. Just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that it was coming up and have a discussion about it. And we have Bill Monahan if anybody, just in case we need a reference an attorney, you know, our attorney here.
You said you only had till 4?
But that was different attorney.
Yeah, was it? Yeah. It was different, you know, different stuff. So yeah, we're coming up to that end of that censorship, and I know that there's really speak on what I've witnessed. There's been a couple different incidences where I didn't feel like Council Compass was holding his end of the bargain to that censorship. Even as of most recently, after he had the developer who was gonna he tried to bring to the council, but one of the censure left it and anything to do with that public statement that was made. But he came into the following Friday John's office and said, Council Topaz, and you literally attacked me and said I did not allow you to speak in this meeting, council, in this meeting, that he said I did not allow him to speak. On behalf, I didn't allow him to speak, and that was not the case at all. He said that I did not allow him to reveal the name of that person. And it's from back out of John's office, and luckily there was no Heidi, there was no Christina there. It was just you and John, who are pretty thick skinned, but that could be very traumatizing, what you did, the way you came in to people. You need to understand that. That seriously, I'm not a snowflake. You're right, but it's traumatizing to some people out there, that behavior. I'm just letting you know. And so I'm letting the council know that that did happen just after this last meeting. And we've also had the, put this on the agenda or else, and she said he did that to Lisa. He said, because Kathy wasn't there, and he was allowed to talk to Kathy or John for reference. But that's not no way to talk to either Kathy or John, period. You tell the mayor that this gets put on the agenda or else. I'm out of here. That's not okay. That left Lisa in that position. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. And it's open for discussion. If it was a council decision, we're coming to the end of that censure. Then we also presented his city councilor card to an officer.
Well, I'm just gonna be very vague about this, but there are other questionable things that other members of this board have done. So I don't think that that sounds very tall to me right now. I'm just gonna put it like that.
I'm sorry, can you said there?
Yeah. Apparently there's other issues with somebody that she's not.
I couldn't hear everything from your mask. I'm sorry.
There's been other issues that people on this board have done that have been questionable ethically that compare to Councilor Topez's handing a card to a police officer. So it doesn't stand very tall to me that that is enough grounds to continue a censorship.
So this started though with harassing staff, and I did bring up other issues, but you heard offering my city council card.
Oh, Jessica, I don't understand what you just said, because I can't recall any kind of issues with that, with what you're talking about. There has been other members on this council that have been accused of what?
Doing unethical things, saying traumatic things to people. You want to talk about trauma informed?
No.
You stare
I
each other
just,
down up here and you do horrible things to one another. Come on. Do you need me to continue to elaborate on that?
I just wanted clarification.
Well, I hope I clarified that for you.
So so what you clarified is that there's language and
Unethical, questionable things that happen
but
in this meeting all the time.
But we
in
haven't,
these meetings.
but we haven't acted on it. We haven't acted on any of that. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's just up in the clouds. There has been, what are they? And who, what, unplanned? I mean, specifically, what are you talking about?
How about when the mayor just stared me down talking about Facebook? Did you catch that?
No.
Okay, well, I definitely did.
And I'm sorry you.
That is
perceived that.
not trauma informed.
That is
That is
not.
traumatic. You put me
I
on the
did not.
spot. You call me out constantly about
absolutely
stuff
did
like that.
not.
Yes, you did.
I'll take a lie detector test to that right now, on the record. I did not.
We're wasting time.
It was brought up in a discussion at the Oregon Mayors Association.
Stare me down right
No,
here
wait,
2 hours
wait.
ago.
Time out. That was literally in late July this year, and I was just bringing it to the council's attention that you could be held liable.
Oh, gaslighting, Mr. Mayor.
I was not, I was bringing it to the entire council. It was a presentation on communication, and that's part of communication, and you have to, wow, whoa, gaslighting.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I apologize if I brought something up that is contentious with you, but I don't know about it. I mean,
I know you.
You know, I just gotta say that, again, coming back to Doug's point was, that wasn't apparently brought to light, that I'm apparently a gaslighter, and I stare down counselors, and I did not know this. It was been brought to light. If we need to do an investigation underneath it, we can, but we're talking about an investigation under Councilor Topaz. I'll come back to Doug's point. And yes, I will continue to challenge counselors, because it is not only your role as counselors to challenge me, but my role as a mayor to challenge you. And if you can't handle that, I apologize. But this is what we signed up for.
Well, I'm glad you have thick skin.
Just saying.
So regarding I think that as regards this particular censure, that the reference to Councilor Topaz's thing was none germane, but you said, so I think to focus on the other events that you have said, I think that's my question is, so I know that you have witnessed or were personal participant in an encounter on the I don't know if John or others have feedback from beyond, and I'm not diminishing the encounter with Lisa in any way. That disturbs me. But has there been other instances that kind of show that there's been no change in
Again, and I'm bringing it to the council's attention, because I'm not stocking it up and saving it. I bring it as real time to the council. I did with the Lisa thing. Again, Friday, he came in. Did you or did you not come in Friday after the meeting when you told the councilors that you had a developer, but the censor business is in my way and I ain't gonna give it to you unless or else? And then you came in the Friday, 2 days later, when I was talking with John, and I said, Councilor Topaz, like I always do, energetically, and you verbally said, this is BS that you wouldn't let me talk. You would not let me talk in the meeting. I go, no, I didn't, Councilor Topaz. You stormed on out. And it was very verbal, very loud. And luckily there was nobody. I don't know why Christina or on that Friday after that meeting were not there, but they weren't. But it did happen. Are you?
No, I agree with it. And I'll even tell you why. How many times have you been cut me off and said you're gonna throw me out because I was out of order? That seems to be one of those things that, is to the point of unethical. But shall we go back? Let's go all the way back to the charges that were brought against me. One of the things I did is I reported that we had an illegal executive session out of town. Everybody, well, the new people weren't there. There's a whole bunch of staff there. There was the mayor, not the mayor, but the governor's assistant, a bunch of people from EPA. And you said this is an executive meeting. And when I reported this to the ethics committee, if you read the report, it says Councilor Topaz self-reported. In other words, Mr. Topaz said, we, the council, were at this illegal meeting. Now, one of the people that was there was very neat. Was our city council was there. Our attorney was there and did not call it up. Now, our attorney was paid $31,000 for this great investigation. And the mayor said, why didn't you talk to our attorney? Well, he protected in court, in front of the ethics commission, the rest of the council. If he also was to protect my side, that's
Can I get some clarification?
no, you gotta wait for me.
Just
Wait for me. He is defending both sides, the person who made the charge and the people who didn't make the charge. And that's conflict of interest for the same person, the same attorney to work in two different directions. But that's acceptable. Now we had a presentation by Matt Brown, because Councilor Topaz asked him how much money was spent on the water reservoir that was leaking. And the next meeting, he came up with an 8-page letter before the council about if I had only gone to him or emailed him, he would have told me the number. But because it was so upsetting, it bothered his life and his sleep and all. What he told me to do was illegal. I asked about public money in a public place, and I was instructed by John's assistant, Matt Brown, to do it in private, okay? But then Matt Brown, because he was asked at a budget meeting.
Councilor Topaz, I just want to, we're actually, to be on topic, and there was actually a investigation, not an attorney. You are referencing attorneys with a Mall Foster meeting, and you're confusing that with this censure resolution. Timeout. Wait a minute, because the topic, and when you're getting off topic, is why I'm calling point of order right now. We're not here. There has been a investigation that was done and sustained with video evidence, and it was multiple people who filed the grievances. Here you come back, and please do not mention Matt Brown and single him out, because there was multiple. And again, this is why we are here, is because we had another, not just the name that was referenced, another employee who felt uncomfortable and in doing his or her job with the conduct that Councilor Topaz was portraying, was actually found sustained. I'm just frustrated by that. The conversation for this council is right now is that it's coming up in 2 days. And I threw out what I needed to say. Councilor Topaz is making this a whole nother thing over here. And I don't agree with that, councilors. And I hope you back me on this one.
So
Bill, I see our attorney, Bill Monahan, please come in, Bill, because I need some help here.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor and Council. Maybe I can try to bring some perspective to where I think you are. What I understand is you brought this up on the agenda so that you could be consistent with the direction that you gave back on May 19th when the resolution was passed that created the reprimand and censure. At the end of the resolution, you put into place 3 requirements. And one of those, after those 3 requirements, you said that at the end of 6 months, the city council may review compliance with the restrictions, and based on the evidence that you might receive, you could decide that the remedial actions were properly honored, and you could consider reducing the restrictions. So my understanding, why I thought you had me here today, was to remind you of what the resolution says and what your authority is, because the 6 months, as the mayor said, will be expiring within, I guess, 2 days. So you have the right under your own resolution to review whether or not the censure and the reprimand has been properly followed. And maybe I can remind you of what that what the resolution says. The resolution says that Councilor Topaz would have access to city employees and departments only under specific conditions. And that would be only through making that request through the city administrator or the city administrator's designee, and that there would be a restriction on any request for information, materials, records, etc. Second, there was a limitation on his ability to engage with city employees or personnel other than engagement with the city administrator or the city's human resources coordinator, city recorder. Those interactions would only occur during meetings or through appointments that were prearranged through one of those individuals. And finally, the Councilor Topaz would have no direct contact, either in person, by email, or by telephone with any city employee other than city administrator or the HR city recorder without pre-approval. And when there were meetings that would be arranged, that in those circumstances, the city administrator or his designee would be involved. So you're at a point now to determine, have those commitments, those requirements of the council been honored? It would be our recommendation that from what I heard expressed by the mayor as incidents that he reported as recently as last week, it's our suggestion that if you are going to review this resolution, that you ask the city administrator to gather information to see if there is sufficient information that shows that there has been compliance. So you then can decide whether or not you want to reduce the censure. You don't have any requirement to do that. Rather, you don't have any requirement to reduce the censure. Your resolution gives you the opportunity to do that. So we think there should be an evaluation of the conduct over the past 6 months, that we should verify that information through whatever means the city administrator might come up with. And perhaps you schedule this on an agenda for the 1st of January after you've given sufficient time to gather that information. And then the council could decide steps going forward. That's my recommendation. And by the way, could I comment on Councilor Topaz's comment on the ethics issue? I was not involved in those, so I just want to make clear that I'm not sure which attorney was involved. It certainly was either an attorney from our office or from, I think I heard another firm's name, but I was not personally involved in that, so I have no knowledge of that situation.
No, you were not involved. It was in somebody else from your office. But there were a number of attorneys there that should be more than capable of understanding Oregon law. So the point I'm making, now, the other thing that John told me is there are only 2 people that I could affect their employment. And yet we had a list, or I was told that there was a list of 17 people who were afraid that I would affect their employment by my character or my conduct with them. And since that's not true, why that was one of the pieces of evidence of why I should be censured, and the fact that nobody would put their name on it. I was told there was a list, was never given a list. In fact, your firm made sure that wasn't given to me. So in the defense of myself in the beginning of this was amazingly obscure.
I would like to follow legal counsel's advice.
Yes, that's what I was gonna make a recommendation in the spirit of time. Yes, that we direct John to move forward.
Go there.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking, because it's already 5 o'clock. That would direct John to, we'll put this on the January 1st as recommended, and we're directing John to basically see if it merits. And each counselor should talk to John on the side, I think. He is a point of contact, so that's all I got about that. All right, thank you, Bill.
You're welcome, Mayor and Council.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, strategic updates. We're gonna be talking about a lot of that anyhow. John, can we push your report till, unless you want to go ahead?
Yeah, that's fine if you want to take a break and do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to get to stretch my legs. We're gonna be eating here in just a little bit, and then probably be eating, working.
Our saturation point too far.
All
right. Do we need an executive session? Okay, all right, with that, we are adjourned. So we're gonna be eating here.